merci Sainte-Lucie, bienvenue pour une session Caille-Concite pour aujourd'hui 3 février l'année 2026. Ça c'est la première session Caille-Concite pour l'année, avec deuxième pour thème 9 ça là qui commençait après élection, ça c'est 1er décembre l'année passée. Ici et puis moi, Claudia Molu, l'autre accompagnement. So Claudia, bienvenue pour la session Caille-Concite.
Merci Michael, ou bien philosophe bon matin. Hello dear viewers and welcome to the broadcast. Today we will see the presentation of 5 bills, and before that 2 motions to be laid on the value-added tax, Michael, both of which we are anticipating will generate a lot of discussion. And also significant to today's session, we have the swearing in of Mr. Alan Chasney. He is the Member of Parliament for Migo South who was not present. I believe he did indicate he was unavoidably absent for the opening of the 13th Parliament of St. Lucia, and so he will be sworn in today, the Honorable Alan Michael Chasney.
Bon, oui, Claudia, comme vous avez fini d'expliquer là, il y en a ces bails-là qui ont fait aujourd'hui, c'est honorable Alan Chasney qui est même Parlement pour Sud Mekou, il gagne l'élection avec ses... Comme on a dit, quand aujourd'hui, Caille-Concite, nous premier, ça c'est même Parlement pour Sud Mekou, on est Alan Chasney qui a surmonté aujourd'hui pour la première fois comme même Parlement, il a fait ça comme qui est normal, Caille-Concite, qui a changé pour premier, il partit là pour première session avec les autres, c'est même Parlement fait exactement ça, il a surmonté comme même Parlement. Ça c'est une de ces activités qui a fait aujourd'hui avec moi dit ça puisqu'on est Alan Chasney il a aujourd'hui avec ça veut dire ça qu'il a fait. Aussi Claudia dit nous qui ça qui a discuté en Caille-Concite aujourd'hui à partir qui est plus important, c'est d'émotion côté ça c'est le ministère qui est responsable pour les affaires finances, c'est le premier ministre, il y a aussi une responsabilité pour justice, sécurité nationale, ça c'est développement, c'est constitutionnel, et ça il a créé people's empowerment, ça c'est pouvoir peuple là, il a fait ça exactement. Bon, comme on a parlé, nous avons choisi Jacques entrer avec speaker ce qu'a suivi. Alors nous allons aller au Tio à présent.
Let us pray.
In the name of God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Almighty God, by whom alone King reign and Prince decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we thine unworthy servants have gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interest, prejudice, and partial affections, the result of all our counsel, may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public will, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the unity and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
Madam Clerk, could you swear in the member for Vieux-Fort North and the member for Mico South?
I, Moses Jabatis, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia, so help me God.
I, Michael Chasney, do swear that I will be faithful to bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will consciously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. So help me God.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, please allow me to apologize for the delayed start. There was an issue with getting the sound out of the chamber. The chamber itself was quite fine, and I was placing the blame on a particular ministry, and I was told that that ministry no longer resides where it initially resided, so a new minister has to be taking the blame, but we'll come to that after this sitting. I beg to announce that His Excellency the Governor General has been pleased to assent the following bills: Land and House Tax Amendment, Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill, Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill, Pensions Amendment Bill, Community Tourism Development Amendment Bill. I wish to advise that I'm in receipt of correspondence advising of the absence of the member for Castries Central, Castries Southeast, Grosile, and Sozel. The explanations contained in the correspondence satisfy Standing Order 80. I also wish to advise that between the 14th and 19th of January 2026, along with the Senate President and the Clerk of Parliament, I attended a meeting of the Conference of Speakers and Presiding Officers of the Commonwealth in India, where I had the high honor of being elected to the body's executive, becoming our country's first such inductee. Last week, I was invited by the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and Parliamericas to serve as an expert on parliamentary procedure to address the Jamaica Parliament. That went exceedingly well. And 2 weeks ago, Senators Harak Singh and Polius represented the Parliament at a workshop on technology-facilitated gender-based violence and exchange with young women leaders in Trinidad and Tobago under the theme Catalyzing Regional Action on Technology-Facilitated Gender-Based Violence Against Women in Public Life, Supporting Parliamentary Action. Statement from ministers. Minister for Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged this morning to speak on a matter of grave concern to our country, one of carnage on our nation's roads. And that, therefore, before I proceed, I wish to speak to a very real human suffering that lies behind the issue of road crashes. Lives lost, families forever changed, and communities left to carry the weight of grief and trauma. These are not abstract figures or isolated incidents. They are deeply personal tragedies that remind us that every decision we take on road safety carries profound consequences, and that our responsibility is ultimately to protect life and prevent others from experiencing such loss. I wish to, on behalf of the government of St. Lucia, and as Minister with responsibility for transport, extend my deepest condolences to the families who have lost loved ones in our road crashes, and to all those who have been injured or otherwise affected by these tragic incidents. I offer my sincere sympathy and wish you strength, comfort, and solace during this difficult time. No statement made in this honorable House can lessen your grief or restore what has been taken from you. Your loss weighs heavily on us, and it must weigh heavily on our national conscience. Road safety is not merely a matter of transport or enforcement. It is a matter of life, loss, and shared responsibility. The evidence before us calls for sober reflection and decisive action. Analysis by the Department of Road Safety and Traffic Accident Investigations indicates that total vehicular collisions rose from 2,239 in 2024 to 2,995 in 2025. And I repeat, from 2,239 in 2024 to 2,995 in 2025, an increase of 37 33.76% across all divisions on the island. The Central Division continues to record the greatest share of these accidents, accounting for 62% of collisions in 2024 and increasing to 70% in 2025. Additionally, minor and serious collisions increased by 34.4%, placing growing strain on emergency services, healthcare facilities, and public resources. Though fatal collisions declined by 36.36%, falling from 22 in 2024 to 14 in 2025, this is not a reason for celebration. Reckless and careless driving is unacceptable. While we acknowledge this improvement, we must also recognize that each statistic represents a human life, and that even one death on our roads is one too many. Already, this year, 2 fatalities have been recorded, and that is wholly unacceptable. These figures clearly show that our current approach must be strengthened. Enforcement alone cannot change behavior, and accountability must complement education to deliver lasting results. What is required is a balanced and compassionate approach, one that addresses behavior, strengthens law, and supports safer choices by all road users. It is for this reason that the Department or the Division of Transport has commenced a comprehensive review of the Motor Vehicular and Road Traffic Act. This review is intended to modernize our legislation, close enforcement gaps, and ensure that penalties and protections are appropriate to today's road conditions, technologies, and patterns of use. This review, Mr. Speaker, does not speak of today's minor amendment. It's an overall review which has already started on the launch of our road safety program last year. Mr. Speaker, in some of our sister territories in the region who are faced with similar situations, similar experiences, have implemented tougher measures, tougher penalties in an attempt to address the problem. For example, St. Kitts has introduced a number of measures, stricter measures and penalties to curb reckless driving. Among them include reckless driving fines ranging from $6,000 to $8,000, and for repeat offenders or offenses to $20,000. Careless driving has doubled from $4,000 to $8,000 for injuries, and repeat offenses $10,000. Driving under the influence, $10,000 for first offense and $20,000 repeat offense. Causing death by dangerous driving, 10 years maximum. That is in St. Kitts. But Mr. Speaker, our legislative work, which is in motion, is being guided by data, stakeholder consultations, and international best practices. In addition, the Transport Division, in collaboration with the Traffic Department of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, formulated a year-round national road safety campaign, culminating each November during Road Safety Month. Additionally, through the Millennium Highway West Coast Road Reconstruction Project, a road safety campaign has been launched as part of the activities for the construction of this project. Through these campaigns, Mr. Speaker, the public has been engaged through public service announcements, community demonstrations, school outreach initiatives, defensive driving education, and targeted efforts addressing speeding, distracted driving, impaired driving, and pedestrian safety. Please note that legislative reform and public education are not intended to burden responsible citizens. They are intended to protect families, communities, lives, and livelihoods. To those who continue to place themselves and others at risk through reckless behavior on our roads, I say this with sincerity and resolve. Your behavioral choices matter. Speeding, impaired driving, distracted driving, and disregard for traffic laws have consequences that extend far beyond the individual. As our laws are reviewed and strengthened, accountability will remain a central pillar of our approach. This government will act with fairness, with firmness, and compassion to protect the lives of our people. Our roads must be places of safety, not sorrow, and we are resolute in making that a reality. I thank you.
Papers to be laid. Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Justice, National Security, Constituency Development, and People Empowerment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 145 of 2025, Insolvency Act Commencement number 2 order. Statutory Instrument number 146 of 2025, Legal Professional Eligibility Akim Dion Rowe order. Statutory Instrument number 147 of 2025, Legal Professional Eligibility Neri Don Alfonso order. Statutory Instrument number 148 of 2025, Legal Professional Eligibility Mark Kawasing order. Statutory Instrument number 149 of 2025, Legal Professional Eligibility Sue Akin Thompson order. Statutory Instrument number 151 of 2025, Customs Duties, Amendment of Schedule 4 number 2 order. Statutory Instrument number 152, 2025, Customs Service Charge, Amendment of Schedule number 2 order. Statutory Instrument number 153 of 2025, Excise Tax Amendment Schedule 1 number 15 order. Statutory Instrument number 155 of 2025, Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedules 1 and 2 order. Statutory Instrument number 156 of 2025, Value Added Tax, Resolution of Parliament to approve the draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3 number 3 order. Statutory Instrument number 158 of 2025, Value Added Tax, Resolution of Parliament to approve draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3 number 5 order.
Prime Minister, you skipped 157.
Statutory Instrument number 157, 2025, Value Added Tax, Resolution of Parliament to approve the draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3 number 4 order. Statutory Instrument number 159 of 2025, Value Added Tax, Resolution of Parliament to approve the Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedules 1 and 3 order. Statutory Instrument number 160 of 2025, Help and Citizen Security Levy Act, Resolution of Parliament to approve draft Help and Citizen Security Levy Act, Amendment of Schedule 3 order. Statutory Instrument number 161 of 2025, Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule number 3 order. Statutory Instrument number 162 of 2025, Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3 number 4 order. Statutory Instrument number 163 of 2025, Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3 number 5 order. Statutory Instrument number 164 of 2025, Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedules 1 and 3 order. Statutory Instrument number 165 of 2025, Health and Citizen Security Levy Act, Amendment of Schedule 3 order. Statutory Instrument number 166 of 2025, Legal Profession Eligibility Ashley Tamara Mayer order. Statutory Instrument number 168 of 2025, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 number 16 order. Settling instrument number 169 of 2025. Income tax amendment number 2 order. Settling instrument number 172 of 2025. Legal professional eligibility Simon Michel Mayu order. Settling instrument number 173 of 2025. St. Lucia Parliament proclamation dissolving Parliament. Settling instrument number 174 of 2025. St. Lucia Parliament proclamation appointing day for general elections. Settlement instrument number 175 of 2025. Excise tax amendment of Schedule 1 number 17 order. Settlement instrument number 176 2025. Revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia. Rectification of order of errors number 2 order. Settlement instrument number 177 of 2025. Value-added tax amendment of Schedule number 3 order. Settlement instrument number 176 of 2025. Customs service charge amendment of Schedule number 3 order. Settlement instrument number 180 of 2025. Income tax exemption number 3 order. Settlement instrument number 181 of 2025. St. Lucia Air and Seaport Authority Seaport Tariff Amendment Regulations. Settlement instrument number 183 of 2025. Excise tax amendment of Schedule 1 number 18 order. Settlement instrument number 203 of 2025. Legal professional eligibility Asif Adam Hussein Shah order. Settlement instrument number 204 of 2025. Legal professional eligibility Kimka Yusam Ashi Osborne order. Settlement instrument number 207 of 2025. Fiscal incentives DG Farm Incorporated order. Settlement instrument number 209 of 2025. Immigration waiver of fee for extension of permit number 2 order. Settlement instrument number 210 of 2025. Fiscal incentives Glass Motors Limited amendment order. Settlement instrument number 211 of 2025. St. Lucia Parliament appointment of session of Parliament. Settlement instrument number 212 of 2025. Alien land holding license and exemption Joel's Stephen Wallace order. Settlement instrument number 213 of 2025. Alien land holding license exemption Leland Andrew Charles order. Settlement instrument number 214 of 2025. Fiscal incentives KM2 Solutions St. Lucia Limited order. Settlement instrument number 216 of 2025. Excise tax amendment of Schedule 1 number 19 order. Settlement instrument number 217 of 2025. The value-added tax resolution of Parliament to approve draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 number 3 order. Settlement instrument number 218 of 2025. The Value-Added Tax Act resolution of Parliament to approve draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 2 order. Settlement instrument number 219 of 2025. The value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 number 3 order. Settlement instrument number 219 of 2025. Value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 number 3 order. Settlement instrument number 220 of 2025. Value-added tax amendment of Schedule 2 order. Settlement instrument number 221 of 2025. Customs duties amendment of Schedule number 4 number 3 order. Settlement instrument number 222 of 2025. Customs duty amendment of Schedule 4 number 4 order. Settlement instrument number 223 of 2025. Alien land holding licensing exemption Rishma Ramaris Joseph and Warren Joseph and Andrew Joseph order. Settlement instrument number 224 of 2025. Fiscal incentives Caribbean Metals Limited order. Settlement instrument number 225 of 2025. Income tax exemption number 4 order. Settlement instrument number 2 of 2026. Excise tax amendment of Schedule 1 number 1 order. Settlement instrument number 3. Income tax amount of remission of tax regulations. Settlement instrument number 4 of 2026. Eastern Caribbean Court Criminal Procedure Rules. Settlement instrument number 6 of 2026. Excise tax amendment of Schedule 1 number 2 order. Settlement instrument number 7 of 2026. Fiscal incentives Bryce and Company Limited order. Allocation number 9 of 2026, fiscal incentives, Plastic Solution Limited order. The Parliamentary Commissioner's Annual Report 2020 to 2024.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism, Commerce, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 170 of 2025, Tourism Development, Bay Gardens Limited, Bay Gardens Inn order. Statutory Instrument Number 171 of 2025, Tourism Development, Bay Gardens Limited, Bay Gardens Beach Resort and Spa order. Statutory Instrument Number 179 of 2025, Tourism Development, Lake Inc. order. Statutory Instrument Number 184 of 2025, Tourism Development, Five Doors Investment Inc. order. Statutory Instrument Number 185 of 2025, Tourism Development, Buku Homes Inc. order. Statutory Instrument Number 186 of 2025, Tourism Development, Anatas Taxi and Tours order. Statutory Instrument Number 187 of 2025, Tourism Development, Andrew Taxi Services Limited order. Statutory Instrument Number 188 of 2025, Tourism Development, Authentic Transfers order. Statutory Instrument Number 189 of 2025, Tourism Development, the Chavez Experience Inc. order. Statutory Instrument Number 191 of 2025, Tourism Development, David's Taxi Service order.
Deputy, you missed 189.
Statutory Instrument Number 189 of 2025, Tourism Development, Big Taxi SLU order. Tourism Instrument Number 192 of 2025, Tourism Development, Dashville Holdings Inc. order. Statutory Instrument Number 193 of 2025, Tourism Development, Elite Excursions and Transportation Services order. Statutory Instrument Number 194 of 2025, Tourism Development, Ferdinand International Inc. order. Statutory Instrument Number 195 of 2025, Tourism Development, JTB Limited Number 2 order. Statutory Instrument Number 196 of 2025, Tourism Development, JBT Limited Number 3 order. Statutory Instrument Number 197 of 2025, Tourism Development, Montet Cottages order. Statutory Instrument Number 198 of 2025, Tourism Development, Parasol Nature Adventures order. Statutory Instrument Number 199 of 2025, Tourism Development, Stewards Executive Transfers and Tours Limited order. Statutory Instrument Number 200 of 2025, Tourism Development, Things to Do 758 order. Statutory Instrument Number 201 of 2025, Tourism Development, VW Voyages SLU order. Statutory Instrument Number 202 of 2025, Tourism Development, Venture ATV order. Statutory Instrument Number 205 of 2025, Tourism Incentives, Kenneth Phillip order. Statutory Instrument Number 206 of 2025, Tourism Incentives, Networks Inc. order. Statutory Instrument Number 208 of 2025, Tourism Development, Amendment of Schedule 2 order. Statutory Instrument Number 215 of 2025, Price Control Amendment Number 17 order. Statutory Instrument Number 1 of 2026, Price Control Amendment Number 1 order. Statutory Instrument Number 5 of 2025, Price Control Amendment Number 2 order. Statutory Instrument Number 8 of 2026, Tourism Development, Simeon E-Imports Taxi and Touring Limited order. St. Lucia Bureau of Standards Annual Report 2021 to 2022. St. Lucia Bureau of Standards Annual Report 2022 to 2023. Invest St. Lucia Annual Report 2024 to 2025.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business. The next SI is for the Minister for Physical Development, who is absent. Would you proceed with it?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to lay the following paper in the name of the Minister for Physical Development and Public Utilities. Statutory Instrument Number 150 of 2025, Physical Planning and Development, Environmental Protection Area, Peters Management Area, Amendment, Order.
Minister for Equity, Labor, Gender and Elderly Affairs, Social Justice and Consumer Welfare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers appearing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 154 of 2025, External Trade Restricted Imports Amendment Order. Statutory Instrument Number 167 of 2025, Price Control Amendment Number 15 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 182 of 2025, Price Control Amendment Number 16 Order.
Motions. Minister for Finance.
Standing in my name. Whereas it's provided under Section 46(4) of the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 15.42, the Act, that any person who fails to pay tax, be in the whole or part of the remainder of any tax due or payable under the Act by the due date, is liable to a penalty equal to 10% of the amount of tax due. And whereas it's provided under Section 46(4)(a) of the Act that the minister responsible for finance may, by order published in the Gazette, alter the rate or penalty under the Act. And whereas it's further provided under Section 46(4)(a) of the Act that an order made pursuant to Section 46(4)(a) of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft value-added tax alteration of rate of penalty order by an affirmative resolution of Parliament to alter from the 2nd day of May 2024 to the 1st day of May 2026 the rate of penalty from 10% to 0% on the whole or part of the remainder of tax due or payable under the Act for the tax period before and ending on the 31st day of December 2023. Be it resolved that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax alteration of rate or penalty order, which alters from the 2nd day of May 2024 to the 1st day of May 2026 the rate of penalty from 10% to 0% on the whole or part of the remainder of the tax due or payable under the Act for the tax periods before and ending on the 41st day of December 2023. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that government, in a wide-ranging tax amnesty, waived penalties and interest on taxes due by individuals. What that meant was if you decided to pay your taxes that you owe the government, we would have waived all the penalties and the interest. Mr. Speaker, I must say that the response to that incentive or to that amnesty has been mixed, and the government expected both the business sector and the individuals who owed taxes to respond in a more positive way. That having been said, we believe that there could have been better promotion of the initiative, better promotion of the tax amnesty initiative. But having said so, we collected, I think, in excess of $30 million, which is a drop in the bucket compared to what the government is owed in taxes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you'll be surprised to know that after we've waived penalties and interest, the government literally is owed millions of dollars in taxation. If that money was collected, when I deliver my estimates next month, I would announce a very good surplus, Mr. Speaker. Most likely a surplus on both the primary account and the surplus on the overall account if I collected my taxes. But the government has decided that we believe that we still can collect more from people who owe us. Now the VAT, Mr. Speaker, is a different issue. The VAT is being held in trust for the government when VAT is imposed. It's being held in trust. So that money does not belong to the business person who collects it. It's money you hold in trust for the government and you ought to pay it over. Some people are still not paying that VAT, Mr. Speaker. The rate of collection of VAT is about between 70 and 80%. So that means about 20% of people do not remit the VAT after they've collected it. So that causes a penalty to the person, to the business owner who doesn't remit the VAT to the government. In the government's, now Mr. Speaker, that's an offense. I won't tell you what it is. It's an offense because you collected money on behalf of the government and you're not remitting it. But Mr. Speaker, the government also decided that we, in the interest of causing people to have a shared responsibility, and even considering the fact that there had been some downturn in business, Mr. Speaker, after COVID, where people's cash flow may have been affected, even though that money was collected already, we decided to waive all the penalties, Mr. Speaker, on that VAT. So you collect money on behalf of the government, you do not pay it to the government, but we've waived the interest. We waive the interest, Mr. Speaker, and the penalties. In that case, the next motion is the interest, this one is the penalty. The 10%, Mr. Speaker, we've waived the 10%. So what this resolution is doing is to make it clear, and this resolution, Mr. Speaker, will make it clear that the 10% owed on the 10% penalty, Mr. Speaker, which is due under the Act, Mr. Speaker. That is, it is waived, Mr. Speaker. So we hope that people will respond, Mr. Speaker, because the government, this is one of the most wide-ranging tax amnesties ever given in this country. So this motion, or this resolution, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that the law is amended so a 10% penalty is waived, Mr. Speaker. And I urge members to support it, and I hope that the business sector understands how this government is working with them so that the revenue can be collected for the benefit of us all, Mr. Speaker. I urge members to support this resolution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finance Minister, you almost sounded like the NIC there, the benefit of us all. Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax alteration of rate penalty order, which alters from the second day of May 2024 to the first day of May 2026, the rate of penalty from 10% to 0% on the whole or part of the remainder of tax due or payable under the Act for the tax periods before and ending on the 31st day of December 2023. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister for Finance.
Whereas provided on the section 63
1 of the value-added tax.
Your microphone, Brian.
Where is provided under Section 33(1) of the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 15.4 to the Act, that the tax payable under the Act, which is not paid by the date on which it becomes due and payable, bears interest at a rate of 1.25% per month or part of a month for the period during which it remains unpaid. And whereas it provided under Section 33(2) of the Act that the Minister responsible for Finance may, subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Assembly and by order, alter the rate of interest under the Act. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft value-added tax alteration of rate of interest order by an affirmative resolution of the House of Assembly to alter from the 2nd day of May 2024 to the 1st day of May 2026 the rate of interest from 1.25% to 0% on tax payable, which is not paid by the date which it becomes due and payable for the period during which it remains unpaid for the tax periods before and ending on the 41st day of December 2023. Mr. Speaker, again, to waive the interest on overdue VAT, Mr. Speaker. From the first day from May 2024 to May 2026, which is the time that the amnesty ends in May 2026. Mr. Speaker, just for the benefit of members of the House, Mr. Speaker, I thought it would be important for me to just inform members, Mr. Speaker, that St. Lucia's overall rate of taxation is is one of the lowest in the OECD, Mr. Speaker. And so even though our average rate of taxation is below most of the OECD, in some countries in the region, St. Lucia's about 20.3% of its revenue comes from tax. In some countries in the region, it's up to 26%, Mr. Speaker. We still are a relatively low tax jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. And we urge the members of the public to please pay your taxes, because government's revenue comes from two main sources: taxes, Mr. Speaker, and loans. And we know that the government or no one wants to borrow excessively, Mr. Speaker. But we urge the members of the public private sector to pay your taxes, because St. Lucian taxes are on average lower than countries in the OECD, Mr. Speaker. So this again is a more incentive so that we can at least pay the VAT that you've taken away from the public. You've collected it in trust, Mr. Speaker, so we urge you to pay it back. And we further assisted you by waiving the interest, Mr. Speaker, that you should have paid if you did not remit the VAT. I urge members to support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the House of Assembly, by affirmative resolution, approves the value-added tax alteration of rate of interest order, which alters from the 2nd day of May 2024 to the 1st day of May 2026 the rate of interest from 1.25% to 0% on tax payable, which is not paid by the date on which it becomes due and payable for the period during which it remains unpaid for the tax periods before and ending on the 41st day of December 2023. The member for Library.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take the floor in support of the two resolutions. There is a strategic nexus between the two, Mr. Speaker, and it is brought before this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, for some temporary alterations under the Value Added Tax Act. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated a few moments ago, since there is a clear nexus between the two resolutions, I beg leave, Mr. Speaker, to set the stage for my discourse on this resolution by alluding to the utility of the first resolution without reopening the debate. But, Mr. Speaker, I cannot set in motion my brief response to the resolution before us without alluding and without placing the measures in their broader political and governance context. The St. Lucia Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, was elected in July 2021 with a clear mandate to stabilize the economy, protect livelihoods, and restore confidence after a very difficult period in our history. That first term, Mr. Speaker, what I call PJP 1.0, delivered stability and unprecedented economic expansion and growth, responsible economic management, and a clear focus on people and productivity. On the 1st of December 2025, the people of St. Lucia renewed that mandate, returning the St. Lucia Labour Party to office with an even stronger resolve to deepen reform, accelerate growth, and expand opportunity. Mr. Speaker, if PJP 1.0 was about recovery, expansion, and stabilization, then PJP 2.0 is about continued growth, confidence, and shared prosperity. These policy measures reflect that renewed mandate, Mr. Speaker. They demonstrate a government that listens, that acts decisively, and that partners with the private sector to ensure that the expansion of the economy is broad-based, inclusive, and sustainable. Mr. Speaker, the strength of this mandate cannot be overestimated. The people of St. Lucia spoke clearly and decisively. They returned the St. Lucia Labour Party to office with an overwhelming mandate. Mr. Speaker, this outcome clearly supports the leadership and economic stewardship of the St. Lucia Labour Party. And, Mr. Speaker, a determination to move forward under responsible leadership, sound economic management, and policies that place people, productivity, and national development at the center of governance. So, Mr. Speaker, if I may allude to the utility of the first resolution that was before this Honorable House to alter the rate of penalty applicable to unpaid value-added tax, reducing that penalty from 10% to 0% for the period from May 2nd, 2024 to May 1st, 2026, in respect of tax periods ending on or before December 31st, 2023. This resolution, Mr. Speaker, must be understood within the broader context of the government's continued and deliberate support to all areas of the private sector, including manufacturing, tourism, services, and small enterprise development. While our economy has begun to expand, the effects of COVID-19 continue to linger, particularly for micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. For many of these enterprises, VAT arrears arose not from deliberate non-compliance, if I may say, but from severe cash flow pressures during a period of reduced demand, interrupted operations, and rising costs. The automatic imposition of a 10% penalty in such circumstances often compounded financial distress and discouraged re-engagement with the tax system. Mr. Speaker, the temporary removal of this penalty provides relief, not forgiveness, It lowers the barrier to compliance and allows businesses to stabilize, regularize their affairs, and position themselves to participate fully in an expanding economy. From an economic perspective, Mr. Speaker, this is a prudent and forward-looking measure. Businesses burdened by penalties are less able to invest, hire, or grow. By easing this burden, government is helping to sustain the momentum of economic expansion while preserving employment and productive capacity across key sectors of the economy. This measure is targeted, time-bound, and fiscally responsible. It applies only to past tax periods and does not alter ongoing VAT obligations. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this first resolution set the stage for the second, as the second resolution, which seeks approval to alter the rate of interest applied to unpaid value-added tax, reducing that rate from 1.25% per month to 0% for the same qualifying period. This resolution addresses a separate but equally significant challenge. Compounding monthly interest, Mr. Speaker, can cause tax liabilities to escalate rapidly, particularly for businesses already struggling to recover from the economic disruptions of recent years. By temporarily removing interest, government is allowing outstanding liabilities to stabilize and giving businesses the opportunity to place realistically, enter payment arrangements, and return to compliance. Mr. Speaker, this intervention is especially important at a time when the economy is expanding and new opportunities are emerging across manufacturing, tourism, trade, aviation-linked services, and the wider services sector. Businesses that are not constrained by escalating interest obligations are better positioned to take advantage of increased demand, invest in productivity, and contribute to sustained economic growth. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the resolution forms part of a broader policy approach aimed at supporting private sector resilience, strengthening confidence, and ensuring that economic expansion is not undermined by legacy liabilities from an extraordinary period. However, Mr. Speaker, it is important to restate a fundamental principle. Businesses act as collection agents on behalf of the government for value-added tax, as accentuated by the Minister for Finance and Prime Minister of the country. VAT collected from consumers does not belong to the business and must not be treated as operating capital. This temporary relief must therefore be accompanied by responsible financial management and timely remittance of VAT going forward, Mr. Speaker. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I also support the resolution to alter the rate of interest as proposed by the Honorable Minister for Finance. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, taken together, these two resolutions reflect the government's ongoing commitment to supporting the private sector across all major areas of economic activity: manufacturing, tourism, services, and small enterprise, while safeguarding fiscal discipline. They recognize that sustained economic expansion requires viable businesses, realistic compliance pathways, and policies that respond to real-world conditions. By providing targeted temporary relief, government is helping businesses recover, grow, and contribute to continued economic expansion to the benefit of workers, communities, and the national economy, Mr. Speaker. I therefore commend both resolutions to this Honorable House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House of Assembly, by affirmative resolution, approves a value-added tax alteration of rate of interest order, which alters from the second day of May 2024 to the first day of May 2026 the rate of interest from 1.25% to 0% on tax payable, which is not paid by the date on which it becomes due and payable for the period during which it remains unpaid for the tax period before and ending on the 31st day of December 2023. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills, Minister for Finance. The microphone.
Then for first reading, a bill shortly entitled Public Procurement Amendment.
Public Procurement Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for Finance to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. And now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment to the Public Procurement Bill is to address the inconsistencies and uncertainties surrounding the approval of public procurement procedures for a statutory board in procuring goods, works, and services. It is being recommended, Mr. Speaker, that the board of a statutory body has an inherent duty, is competent and well placed to give approval for the use of procurement procedures. To award contracts, to award and sign contracts, rather than seeking approval of procurement procedures from the accounting officer, Central Public Procurement Board, or Public Procurement Committee under the Act. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the amendments are required to enhance the regulation of procurement procedures in the public procurement of goods, works, and services in the case of a statutory board, Mr. Speaker. So the amendment, Mr. Speaker, is as follows. Notwithstanding this Act and any other enactment, the board may approve the public procurement procedures to be applied in the procurement of goods, works, and services, and shall give approval to proceed in the procurement of the goods, works, and services. After approval of the public procurement procedures and the procurement under subsection 1, the board shall approve the award of the contract. A contract awarded under section 112 must be signed by the chairperson of the board, a person delegated by the board. Where paragraph A or B does not apply, a person is authorized to sign under the enactment that establishes the statutory board. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, Mr. Speaker, is an amendment to the Public Procurement Bill, Mr. Speaker, to allow, make it clear that a statutory board can award a contract or for goods or services, Mr. Speaker, and once it follows the procedures of the Public Procurement Bill, then the chairman can sign the contract with a third party, Mr. Speaker. So it just regularizes, makes it clear that a statutory board can award a contract, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Public Procurement Amendment Bill be read a second time. The member for Miku South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Given that we've just concluded election, hopefully you'll give me 1 or 2 minutes just to thank, first of all, the Almighty Lord. I think we all should give praise that we've all been blessed to be here for another time, and I congratulate all members who participated in the elections and have won their seats. The discussion, I would imagine, at some point, which is taking place not only, hopefully, here in St. Lucia, but is taking place around the world, is certainly election reform. We have a lot of things, hopefully, with the mandate that this government has and had. Campaign financing, Mr. Speaker. And also, I know that we've appointed a new Boundaries Commission. I hope, Mr. Speaker, if the document has not been made a document of the House as yet, you know that I continuously bring this up, is a report that was done by the Commonwealth Secretariat in 1997, commissioned by the...
Member from Microsoft, I thought that when you requested some leeway, it was perhaps because this was your first sit-in to have thanked those people who voted for you, but you are now entering into, for the time being, forbidden territory. You're bringing into the debate matters that ought to be of a more substantive nature, which I certainly cannot permit.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Let me proceed. After thanking the Lord, I want to thank all of the constituents of Micoud South for bestowing their confidence on me one more time, Mr. Speaker, and to assure them that I intend to use the opportunity in the House to continue to advocate on their behalf, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize the contribution of some persons who have passed in the last couple of weeks, Mr. Speaker. I think we've had, Mr. Speaker, some giants in St. Lucia who have passed. I speak first of all of Lucia Joseph, a person that I have known for many years, Mr. Speaker, going back to the time of Director of Tourism. And certainly over the years, a person whose company I enjoyed, a person who I respected as a journalist. And I think it was a great loss for all of us in St. Lucia, and I certainly want to extend my condolences to her mother and her sister, and also to all her colleagues working at DBS, all her colleagues who worked with her at GIS, and over the years, all the persons that she would have interacted with. The second person, Mr. Speaker, is Mr. Leslie Clark. Uncle Leslie, as I used to refer to him as. I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, of being on the board with Mr. Clark at NDC, and this is going all the way back when I was working as a young economist, Mr. Speaker, and worked with him. I remember the first project I worked with him on was actually Point Seraphim, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Clark was a true St. Lucian, a person that I certainly had a great admiration for. I'm not so sure I've met a person yet, Mr. Speaker, that would have a bad word to say about Mr. Clark. And probably the greatest attribute I can bestow on Mr. Clark, and there are many, in terms of his accomplishments professionally in his own businesses, and certainly in his contributions that he's made on multiple boards in St. Lucia, including the chairman of NDC. But probably the attribute that we are less familiar with is his philanthropy. The amount of people that Mr. Clark helped with no fanfare. To his family, I know that he was at the most valuable stage of his life, you know, the point where a father works with his children, puts his children first, and wants to contribute in their development. And I know that he's going to be surely missed. I was certainly happy to hear the Minister of Transportation speaking about some of the changes we're going to make, because too many people have been lost in that regard. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, my constituency lost Dana Tobier, young lady who was in an accident in Vieux Fort earlier in the year. A young woman who had a bright future ahead of her, Mr. Speaker, was on the T. Rocher Football Club, was already contributing significantly to the development of her constituency. I know that her funeral is on the 13th, Mr. Speaker, and to her family and to all her friends, and to our constituents that knew Dana, again, my sympathies. I also want to acknowledge the passing of James Victor, or better known as Sonson, who went to sleep and didn't wake up. Very, very sad day. A very influential family and a person that is going to be missed in our constituency, and also the passing of Victor Jean-Baptiste. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate the newly appointed National Youth Council in Burnell St. Rose, as the new president. Dugas Charles, Edison Eugene, Ulrika Antoine, who is also from the constituency of Micoud South, Nathan Hutchinson, and Phoebe Smith on their recent election at the new National Council. I want to congratulate and thank the outgoing executive, and I certainly want to thank all the young persons who participated in the election of the National Youth Council. Even though they may not have won their nomination, I want to encourage them to continue to participate in doing things to help represent the young persons of this society, but even more importantly, in participating in our institutions. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit confused by what the Prime Minister has presented, and I hopefully, in the greatest amount of respect, hopefully I can get some explanation. When I read this amendment, what I understood it in saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the statutory bodies, which the issue that the Prime Minister was bringing up, the member from Castries East, that it was giving them permission to enter in contracts. Statutory bodies have always had the ability of going into contracts. The issue that the amendment that's made here, Mr. Speaker, is requiring the statutory bodies to present those contracts to the Contract Commission. That's the difference. Because the statutory bodies have been operating by themselves. And it brings up an important bill that came to this House, Mr. Speaker, where the government sought to obtain a government guarantee for the NLA to borrow monies. And I remember standing in this same House, Mr. Speaker, and asking whether, in fact, the NLA, which was not designed to implement construction projects, was going to have to follow any kind of procurement guidelines. So I see this amendment, Mr. Speaker, addressing that issue. And I'm very grateful for that. But we also have to see that there is going to be the practice, as by the Financial Act, that these contracts are going to go through the Contract Commission. I say Contract Commission, let me get the proper name for it, Mr. Speaker. It is the Central Public Procurement Board. So it says, Mr. Speaker, Section 2 of the Principal Act is amended by deleting the definition of accounting officer and by substituting the following. Accounting officer has the meaning assigned under the Public Finance Management Act. Deleting the definition for board and by substituting the following. The board means the Central Public Procurement Board. So what this amendment is doing is now requiring, if I understand it correctly, that all contracts that statutory bodies are going to have to enter into are going to be required to submit those contracts to the procurement board. The question I would like to ask, Mr. Speaker, whether the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance can answer it, or the Attorney General, or anyone can answer it. Does that mean that now the statutory bodies are going to have to follow the procurement guidelines of the Public Procurement Board? Is that in essence what is being implied? Because that's a very important question. Because when I heard the Prime Minister's explanation, Mr. Speaker, I was a bit confused. Because in reading this, it seemed to be saying something completely different. As I said to you, Mr. Speaker, statutory bodies have always been able to enter into contracts. If we look at the NLA, up to now, the public is none the wiser as to how the $80 million was spent. We can, I believe, categorically say, Mr. Speaker, none of the contracts were put out to tender. Not one. We have boards, Mr. Speaker, today that are legally required to provide audited reports, Mr. Speaker. The acts say shall, as in the case of CIP. Nothing happens. I mean, I think that as lawmakers representing our constituents and certainly wanting to protect my own constituents, Mr. Speaker, and how state funds are being used, where's the penalty? Have we gotten to the point now if a statutory body that's required to do something by law, i.e. in this particular case, provide the contracts to the procurement board, and I ask the question again, in providing the contracts to the procurement board, is it simply just an administrative thing so that there's a document of the contract? At least we would have that. Or is it that in providing the document to the procurement board that we're going to have to now follow the laws and the guidelines of the procurement board? So is the procurement board now going to bring statutory bodies in line with the rest of government? And that was what we asked. We said if we were going to be providing a government guarantee to the NLA, there should have been a condition to that guarantee that they should have had to follow the procurement standards of the government of St. Lucia. Because at the end of the day, yes, we have our political affiliations to our parties, etc., but as members of Parliament, I ask for us to be reasonable and to have for accountability of the monies and to make sure that we're following the proper guidelines. So I think that this is, if my interpretation is correct, and that what we're doing is we're bringing the statutory bodies, Mr. Speaker, in line with government and our procurement guidelines, I applaud this. And I'm only hoping, Mr. Speaker, that we're also going to look at putting further enforcements in place to make sure statutory bodies are compliant. I give you an example, Mr. Speaker. I think it's only fair that if in fact a statutory body is required by the Act to provide an audited report within a certain time frame, and they don't do so, then I don't think that they should be allowed to continue to operate. If we have a business, Mr. Speaker, as an example, and it's not conforming to the same tax laws that the Prime Minister has announced that people are not following. The option the government has is by, if you're not following the guidelines, then we're going to deregister you or uncertify you with your business license. Is there such a thing for statutory bodies? That if a statutory body is not following the guidelines, Mr. Speaker, that there'll be some form of penalty. And I think as lawmakers, that when we're now drafting these laws and approving these laws, I think that we should be more draconian in making sure that what the intention of Parliament is, which I always assume is to protect the interests of the people of St. Lucia, that we're going to put in some stiffer guidelines and some stiffer penalties for agencies that are not conforming. And so I really want to applaud the government on this initiative, if in fact my interpretation is correct. If my interpretation is not correct, I certainly would like to hear an explanation as to what is it that we're intending to do here. Because this is very clear that what has changed is that the contract has to go to the procurement board. And is the procurement board simply acting as a rubber stamp? Or is it all of a sudden we're making this change, requiring them to go to the procurement board, and therefore they have to comply with what the procurement board was put in place? And let's remember, if I'm not mistaken, I stand to be corrected, the amendments to the Finance Act said that any contract that is above, I believe the amount is $500,000. It must go to the procurement board, the tenders board, before it can be signed. In fact, it's for the procurement board itself to sign the contract. And so I would like to certainly get some clarification, if I can, Mr. Speaker, on this matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Microsoft. And may I, in the spirit of your opening, extend on behalf of the Parliament best wishes to your father. The member for Library.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give full support to the Public Procurement Bill 2026, which is now before this Honorable House for consideration, Mr. Speaker. This bill, Mr. Speaker, though focused and technical in its drafting, represents an important and necessary refinement to the existing Public Procurement Act 15.10. As honorable members know, Mr. Speaker, some of the most effective legislative reforms are those that strengthen and clarify existing systems rather than replacing them wholesale. This bill is precisely of that character. Mr. Speaker, it is widely accepted that unclear procurement authority and weak institutional arrangements can open the door to misuse, undue influence, and corruption, not because systems are inherently flawed, but because responsibility is blurred. This bill closes that gap, Mr. Speaker, by assigning clear authority and reinforcing accountability within statutory bodies while maintaining full compliance with the Public Procurement Act. It seeks to enhance governance, clarify institutional responsibility, and ensure that statutory bodies operate within a coherent, transparent, and legally consistent procurement framework while retaining the operational flexibility required to discharge their mandate effectively. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to strengthen the governance framework for public procurement as it applies to statutory bodies while maintaining the integrity of the national procurement system. The Principal Act established a unified procurement regime founded on transparency, fairness, competition, and value for money. However, experience has shown that questions can arise in practice regarding how statutory bodies governed by their own boards under separate enactments are to be exercised procurement authority. This amendment addresses that issue directly. It provides clarity by explicitly recognizing the role of statutory boards in procurement decision-making, while ensuring that such decisions remain firmly subject to the requirements of the Public Procurement Act. Mr. Speaker, I will now address key provisions of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the bill introduces several important amendments. First, it amends the interpretation section of the Act by aligning the definition of accounting officer with the Public Finance Management Act. This promotes legislative consistency across the public financial management framework and ensures a harmonized approach to accountability. Second, the bill refines the definition of board to clearly distinguish between the Central Public Procurement Board and the boards of statutory bodies established under their respective enactments. It also formally introduces a definition of statutory body, again by reference to the Public Finance Management Act. Third, and most significantly, Mr. Speaker, the bill inserts a new Part 5 into the Principal Act, dedicated specifically to statutory bodies. Under this new part, statutory boards are empowered to approve the public procurement procedures to be applied in the procurement of goods, works, and services, and following that approval, to approve the award of contracts. The bill also clearly provides for the lawful execution of contracts by the chairperson of the board, a person delegated by the board, or another person authorized under the enactment establishing the statutory body. Mr. Speaker, it is critical to emphasize that this bill does not create a parallel procurement regime. Statutory bodies remain fully bound by the Public Procurement Act. What this amendment does is clarify authority, regularize practice, and ensure that procurement decisions are taken at the appropriate level of governance. Mr. Speaker, this bill strikes a careful and deliberate balance between autonomy and accountability. Statutory bodies often operate in specialized, technical, or commercially sensitive environments that require timely and informed decision-making. This bill recognizes those operational realities. At the same time, it strengthens accountability by placing procurement approval squarely with statutory boards. Their responsibility and collective oversight obligations are never eroded in that particular process. This structure enhances transparency, supports sound management, and ensures that procurement decisions are properly authorized and defensible. That's what the bill has sought to accomplish. Mr. Speaker, effective procurement systems are fundamental to good governance and fiscal discipline. Clear rules and clearly assigned responsibilities reduce the risk of inefficiency, mismanagement, and legal challenge. By clarifying procurement authority within statutory bodies, this bill contributes to more efficient use of public resources, improve consistency in decision-making, and enhance public confidence in the stewardship of public funds. Mr. Speaker, as Minister with responsibility for external affairs and international trade, I also wish to highlight the international significance of this amendment. Strong and transparent procurement frameworks are a key indicator of good governance for investors, development partners, and multilateral institutions. This bill aligns St. Lucia's procurement arrangements with international best practices and reinforces our credibility with institutions such as the World Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, and other development partners. Mr. Speaker, such alignment supports investor confidence, facilitates the effective implementation of externally funded projects, and strengthens St. Lucia's reputation as a country committed to accountability, transparency, and the rule of law, Mr. Speaker. So as I prepare to take my brief intervention to a logical conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I wish to accentuate that the Public Procurement Amendment Bill 2026 represents a prudent, measured, and well-considered reform. It clarifies authority, strengthens accountability, improves efficiency, and reinforces confidence both domestically and internationally in the management of public procurement. It empowers statutory boards to act decisively, but always within the framework of the law and in the best interest of the people of St. Lucia. I therefore commend this bill to this Honorable House and invite all honorable members to give its full support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of Government Business and member for Castries South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the proposed amendments to the Public Procurement Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's no big, complicated rocket science. This is very simple, very straightforward. It doesn't require no extensive treatise or thesis to explain it. It's a very simple one, and certainly from the point of view of the conduct of business and commercial activity in the country, this really empowers statutory boards to be able now to approve procurement procedures and to ensure that the procurement process can be undertaken by a statutory board. Of course, always consistent with the public procurement guidelines and the provisions that exist. And of course, for boards to approve contracts. And the amendment clearly states who shall sign contracts. The chairperson of the board or any person authorized by the board to do so. This will enable statutory boards to be more efficient when compared to what exists now in the law, Mr. Speaker. It will allow statutory boards to be able to proceed with the procurement of goods and services and to ensure they are acting within the provisions of the law. It is, I wish the member from Mico South was still in the chamber since he asked for an explanation, but we probably could refer him to the act that was passed when he was the Minister of Finance and what exists now and how this really enhances the process and allows for greater efficiency and for boards to be more effective and efficient in their functioning, Mr. Speaker. It's very straightforward. Under no circumstances any board is being asked to be inconsistent with the public procurement procedures, Mr. Speaker. Those standards are established and must be respected. But we are also aware, Mr. Speaker, based on historical practice, that many statutory boards already have their procurement processes and procedures for the procurement of goods and services, Mr. Speaker. Those have to be consistent with the public procurement procedures, Mr. Speaker, and of course, as the amendment suggests, they can approve those procedures, they can procure, and they can sign contracts, Mr. Speaker. And I want to support the amendments, Mr. Speaker, and to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that statutory boards are now given that legal space where they can, Mr. Speaker, ensure that the procurement of goods and services are in keeping with the law and that they do not stray from the law as approved, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The member for Vieux-Fort North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Public Procurement Amendment Bill. My colleagues before me have explained that it is a very simple amendment, but, Mr. Speaker, the implications are very profound. Mr. Speaker, before I spend just a few minutes to make my contribution, I wish to ask you for 1 or 2 minutes leave to thank my constituents and to thank a few groups of individuals, because, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time for me in the Parliament since the general election of December 1/2025. I wish, Mr. Speaker, to take this opportunity to thank the Holy Spirit for the strength, the health, the guidance, and for continuing to strengthen my own spirit, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank all those who assisted me, my family in particular, Mr. Speaker, and those who assisted me on the campaign trail, my constituency group, my campaign team, all those who assisted me in any way, Mr. Speaker, especially those individuals who prayed for me, those who could not attend the rallies, but they prayed for me every single day. I really want to thank them. I want to thank the people of Vieux-Fort North. Mr. Speaker, parce que ça c'est la première fois que je parle en Parlement depuis l'élection l'année passée. Je voulais prendre l'occasion pour dire merci pour Bordier pour la foi avec sagesse là, avec courage là, Mr. Speaker. Je voulais remercier tout le monde qui a aidé moi, famille moi particulièrement, avec tout le monde qui a aidé moi en campagne pour goumer bataille ça là, Mr. Speaker, pour moi venir en membre Parlement. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I took the oath of office in this House for the fifth time, the fifth consecutive time, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the people of Vieux-Fort North, all those who continue to assist. I want to say to them, during the last general election, it was tough, it was rough. All kinds of things were thrown at us. All kinds of things were said about me, about my family, about my colleagues, all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker. But the Holy Spirit and the strength of the people continue to see me through. So I thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say to the people of Vieux-Fort North, I will continue to protect your interests. I will continue to work hard and to put my all into this enterprise to ensure that we continue to put you, the people, first. Mr. Speaker, I want to contribute to this very brief debate by just explaining very quickly, Mr. Speaker, to honorable members, but to the general public. I'm sure some people, Mr. Speaker, may want to ask, what is public procurement? And very simply, public procurement refers to the purchase of goods and services and works by governments and state-owned enterprises. Mr. Speaker, il est important pour nous expliquer, même si amendement, changement nous avons fait en loi, est simple. Mais de là, il y a chaque monde qui pas fin comprendre ça nous avons fait. Donc nous avons dit public procurement, nous avons dit gouvernement qui a gagné un chaque bagaille. Gouvernement qui a gagné table, qui a gagné desk, gouvernement qui a gagné service. Monde qui a fait consultancy, monde qui a fait travail by gouvernement. Mais c'est pas by ministre gouvernement seulement. C'est aussi cette organisation qui gouvernement même qui a conduit quand un ministre santé l'année St. Jude Hospital Board. Et ça c'est une organisation qui gouvernement qui a contrôlé. L'année Millennium Heights Medical Complex. L'année OKU, ça c'est ça gouvernement. So, là nous avons parlé about public procurement. Ça nous a dit c'est qui manière le gouvernement ça fait pour ces boards ça là, ces organisations ça là, SLASPA, WASCO, ces différentes organisations ça là. Pour board là même ça fait comptoir avec moun pour bail service, mais on est pour suivre loi. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very significant because in 2018, for example, in St. Lucia, the value of public procurement was about $230 million. If you look at 2019, 2020, 2024, and in most Caribbean countries, the value of public procurement sometimes goes as high as 20% of GDP. And a lot of that public procurement happens with statutory corporations. So it's very important for statutory corporations, statutory organizations in our country. It's very important for them to understand, as the member for Library explained so well, to understand what they can do, what they should do. And for me, Mr. Speaker, my concern is the is the efficiency. This could possibly allow statutory organizations to become more efficient. As we know, there is legislation, Mr. Speaker, and in St. Lucia in particular, there is legislation which seeks to cause there to be more efficiency, more transparency in public corporations, more professional development. But this bill causes there to be more clarity. In a number of statutory organizations, sometimes the boards act as if they can't move things. And in some cases, Mr. Speaker, you wonder whether they are afraid to make certain decisions. And even when, in some cases, they make these decisions, you want them to be held more accountable. And I suspect we are coming to a time in the governance of our country where a lot of those statutory corporations and so on will need to be even more accountable to the government and to the people with their work. There are some challenges, Mr. Speaker, for these statutory corporations. The limited access because of small suppliers, inefficiency, there are corruption issues, technology is a problem. How do these statutory corporations use technology to advance their work? And in some cases, a lot of reform is required. The people who are on these statutory organizations, do they have the time, the capacity, and so on? All of these are obviously important for the efficiency of the statutory corporation. But today, this amendment gives clarity, as my colleagues have said before. In our case, in the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition, what comes to mind, Mr. Speaker, is the Millennium Heights Medical Complex Board and the work that they have to do in terms of advancing the construction of the fifth wing of the Owen King EO Hospital. All right, the money, some of the money has been earmarked and so on. We have the money there. How efficient can they become if this amendment signals to them that we need to push ahead and get things going as long as we are transparent and above board? Same thing with the St. Jude Hospital Board. A lot of work to be done there. And so for me, Mr. Speaker, this amendment gives clarity. And my contribution certainly adds to the foundation which was set by the mover of the motion and also, the presenter of the bill and also my colleagues. So, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I once again wish to say to you, to my colleagues, and to the people of Vieux-Fort North, those people whom I represent, that I am super proud and super honored and humbled to be back in the House for a fifth time to represent the people of Vieux-Fort North and to be among my colleagues, some new colleagues in whom I am well pleased, Mr. Speaker. And I take this opportunity to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that nowhere in my actions or character in the last elections, we were not phased at all, Mr. Speaker. They did all kinds of things in Vieux-Fort North, all kinds of jumping jacks and all kinds of nonsense. And Mr. Speaker, this term of Parliament, while we are at 16-1, will not erase my efforts to ensure that I remind the member for Miku South, who led all of the attacks and all of the name calling on whether it be on Facebook by his non-interference in the nonsense that was happening over the election period. This is just the second meeting of the House since the last general election. And I'm not finished with reminding the people of Vieux-Fort North, reminding the member for Miku South that he and his party...
Speaker, I'm going to rise on a point of order. 35.5. No member shall impugn improper motives to see any member or either the Chamber of Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to use it. I really believe it's a new agenda. Let's start off. Elections spoken for itself. We're gone. I don't think we need to be impugning any kind of disparities against any one of ourselves. I heard the Prime Minister and other members speak about a new dawn and we're going to kumbala. Let's try to keep that decorum, Mr. Speaker.
So, member, what is the point of order? You're objecting to what words? Your microphone. Your microphone.
As stated in Order 35.5.
But what I'm looking for the words that impugn you.
The members said that we were jumping up and parading and doing all kinds of things and specifically pointing out I was not the candidate in Beaufort North.
Is that what he said? He said that by your lack of action that you supported it. He didn't say you said anything.
Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, you're impugning things against me and my character.
But what is it? What is he impugning? Is it, can you point to contradict what he said that you intervened? That's all he said. You never intervened.
No, Mr. Speaker, that's not what he said.
That's what he said. He said, by your lack of acknowledgement of what was said,
the member said that there was jumping up and parading and all kinds of things.
Oh, but he didn't say you were jumping up. Who were you?
I'd like to think I was, Mr. Speaker.
You didn't think so?
I'd like to think I'm young enough to have done that, Mr. Speaker.
Member of Beaufort North, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you. I will rest, Mr. Speaker. I will rest, but I just want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, and members of this House, and to the people of Beaufort North that, you know, politics is a real serious thing, eh? And I, from the time I entered the parliamentary politics of St. Lucia, from way before, I don't joke by politics, the lives of people and what you all say about people. I don't joke. This is not a laughing matter, you know. It's a very serious thing. So when I speak here in this House about things you all did in the campaign, these things have affected the lives of people. Politics is a serious thing. So when I make my comments, and you would stand on a point of order, cannot substantiate the point of order, and laughing as if that's a joke. I'm not taking this as a joke. I'm going to continue to be very serious in this House about my representation of the people of Beaufort North, and I will not forget the things you all did just 2 months ago. Just 2 months ago. Just 2 months ago. So I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to tell you, I thank the Holy Spirit that we prevailed, but in every presentation I make, I remind the member for Miku South that his ways and the ways of his party need to change, and I will keep reminding him. He is not the only one with the authority to stand up and talk about campaign financing on the first time he comes to the parliament and wants to tell me what to talk about. Politics is serious, and he can't choose what to talk about, Mr. Speaker, and I cannot refer to how my people felt during the campaign. Thank God, 16-1, and the people of Beaufort North gave the Moses Jabatis, who went up for the Labour Party in the last general election, the largest margin in that constituency. Thank God, thanks the Holy Spirit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finance Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to summarize, Mr. Speaker, what the bill, the amendment did, Mr. Speaker, it sought to give the state board legal authority to award a contract, and to award a contract, give it legal authority, and ensuring that it follows the procurement rules in the country, Mr. Speaker. That's all it did. It strengthened, it gave a state board legal authority through the public procurement bill to award a contract, Mr. Speaker. That's all it did. Strengthening the accountability and strengthening the legal authority of a statutory board once it follows the procedure as outlined in 112 and 113. But Mr. Speaker, just for matter of clarification, the CIP has audited statements as at March 2015. March 2025, they were prepared by Grant Thornton. It was released in November 2025, but because of the events of December 1st, we hadn't come to the House as yet. So at the next sitting of the House, the CIP audited statements for March 2025 will be presented, and the CIP has presented audited statements from its inception until March 2025. What's due is March 2026, Mr. Speaker, and we will the CIP tries best to get these statements by October 2026. So out of the abundance of clarity, the CIP audited statements for March 2025, they are prepared by Grant Thornton, a firm of international auditors. It was given a clean report in that there was no qualification on the auditor's report, and these statements will be laid in the Honorable Parliament. And the reason why it has not been there after it was released in November 2025 is because of the events of December 1st. When it was released, Parliament was prorogued, and you know what happened in December the 1st, Mr. Speaker. That is why. So I want to assure the public that the CIPs has been audited by the last set of auditors was Grant Thornton, and the report was a clean report. There, what the accountants know very well what that means. It was given a clean report in that there was no qualification in the auditor's report. I thought I'd make at the record of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Public Procurement Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Public Procurement Act, Chapter 15.10.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Insertion of new Part 5.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Public Procurement Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Finance Minister.
Move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Public Procurement Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Public Procurement Amendment Act 2026.
Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for first reading, a bill shortly entitled Income Tax Amendment.
Income Tax Amendment.
So, Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through all its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended to allow the Minister for Finance to have the bill go through all of its stages at this sitting. And now for the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, earlier on in the debate, in the meeting of this Honorable House, I spoke about taxation, Mr. Speaker, and how the government had tried its best, Mr. Speaker, to relieve the burden of taxation on the public of St. Lucia, even when the public was at fault and that did not pay things like the VAT, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment to the income tax is further relief to the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, further relief. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that we amended the Income Tax Act to cap the allowances at $30,000, which meant that no one could, in the preparation of the income tax returns, no one could claim more than $30,000 of allowances, Mr. Speaker, except medical costs, where once you could prove it, Mr. Speaker, you could charge or you could claim all your medical expenses for obvious reasons. Medical expenses are very expensive, are high, Mr. Speaker, and not all of them are available in St. Lucia. So if you go abroad and you can prove it, Mr. Speaker, you could claim all your medical expenses. But for the remainder of the allowances, you could only claim $30,000. Mr. Speaker, to give people more money in their pockets, we increased the allowances to $40,000. So you could claim a total of $40,000 for your allowances when you are lodging or preparing your tax returns, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we also, Mr. Speaker, allowed people to claim solar PV systems components in 2025. Energy saving equipment, Mr. Speaker, for your solar components, you could claim 100% for the year 2025, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what this amendment is doing is this amendment is changing how you can claim the allowances within the $40,000 cap. How you can claim these allowances within the $40,000 cap, excluding medical and in 2025 solar PV systems, Mr. Speaker. And here's what it does, Mr. Speaker. It increases the maximum child allowance to $5,000 per child below the age of 18 years. So you can claim $5,000 for the child. Before, I think it was $2,000, $2,500. You can claim $5,000 for your child, Mr. Speaker. It also increases the dependent relative allowance from $350, Mr. Speaker, to $5,000. And that is significant, because supposing you are carrying your dependent relative, you can only claim $350. Now you can claim $5,000, Mr. Speaker, because you know the cost of taking care of elderly people, Mr. Speaker, is very high. So it has gone up from $350 to $5,000, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you can also claim $40,000 for your mortgage. So you can claim your entire $40,000 allowance, you can claim it in your mortgage. What that means is if you have no children or you have no dependent relative, you're a young professional, you can claim your entire mortgage. You can claim $40,000 for mortgage interest. So that helps the up-and-coming professional who hasn't got a responsibility yet, Mr. Speaker. So in the early stages, responsibility of children and dependent relatives, etc. So in the early stages, he or she can claim $40,000 of mortgage interest. Then $40,000 of mortgage interest, Mr. Speaker, before it was capped. So you can claim everything to help you to to pay back your house mortgage, Mr. Speaker. And that is in addition to the removal of VAT on some building materials. That's in addition, you can claim the $40,000 mortgage interest, Mr. Speaker. Not more than $40,000 mortgage interest. Mr. Speaker, you can also claim $10,000 for higher education. Before, you'd only claim $5,000. So if you have a child at university, you can claim $10,000 instead of $5,000. But note, Mr. Speaker, within the cap of $40,000, and that is very important, within the $40,000 cap maximum, you can claim for your children or your child $10,000 for university education, Mr. Speaker. To encourage savings and to encourage credit unions to expand and to grow, Mr. Speaker, you can now claim $10,000 for your credit union shares under Section 57 of the Act, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a new provision in that amendment. And that again, Mr. Speaker, is to encourage savings, to encourage diversification of portfolio, and to create a nation of people who understand the value of savings and who understand the value of keeping something aside for a wet day, Mr. Speaker. And we can take from our parents and the people who came before us. Within their little salaries and within what they got, they always put something aside. And they said, you put something aside for a rainy day, Mr. Speaker. Or in Patois, they would say, Utujini or Tilavi, see or by fete, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that we must encourage. We must encourage within our young people to, in spite of what you get, save something, put something aside, Mr. Speaker. And that's how you create growth and you create investment, Mr. Speaker. So to encourage that, Mr. Speaker, where in an income year, a resident individual invests in any security instruments, including treasury bills, treasury notes, bonds, shares, and mutual funds issued by a local or regional institution, he or she is entitled to a deduction equivalent to the value of the investment purchased up to a limit of $10,000 annually. So if you invest $2,000 in shares or in a mutual fund at the Bank of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, you're going to claim all of it within the cap of $40,000. Mr. Speaker, and a very significant one, all income derived from pensions are exempt from the payment of personal income tax. All income, whether it's government income or private income from pensions, Mr. Speaker, all pensioners, Mr. Speaker, get all income derived, all. And that's important, Mr. Speaker. That's important because you find that pensioners had to pay after they've worked and paid their tax. When they get their pensions, they have to pay more tax, Mr. Speaker. And that is part of the government's actions as it relates to pensions, Mr. Speaker. You may recall we increased the NIC, the minimum pensions at NIC. We increased it from people getting $200 to $500, Mr. Speaker. We increased it, and we've incrementally increased pensions throughout. And we've said that any time public servants get a pay increase, pensioners will get the exact pay increase, Mr. Speaker. That is what we've done as far as pensions is concerned, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the deduction, no tax, is also on pension benefits from a national insurance corporation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've amended Section 56(1) by inserting Section 52 to ensure that a taxpayer can claim medical expenses for a dependent relative. So if you're taking care of somebody and that person has medical expenses, you can claim it, Mr. Speaker, once you can prove that you have spent that on the person you're taking care of. So apart from increasing the allowance for dependent relative, you can now claim the medical expenses, Mr. Speaker, for that dependent relative, Mr. Speaker, easing the burden on the people taking care of dependent relatives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we amend Section 56(3)(a) to include as a tax deductible fertility treatment by a registered medical practitioner. What are you laughing at, Mr. Speaker? Minister of Health. Fertility treatment. So if you have to go to a registered medical practitioner, whether you're a man or woman, for fertility treatment, you can claim tax rebate. So that should encourage people who want that treatment to visit a medical practitioner where you can pay no taxes on that, Mr. Speaker. So that isn't allowed. Once you can prove that you got this fertility treatment from a medical practitioner, once you can claim that, you can claim it up to hoping that you get good results, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Labrie is laughing. That doesn't pertain to you, is it?
It's an example.
You're exempt from that kind of tax. Mr. Speaker, we amended Section 63(14) to replace the words "as tax" with "as penalty," referring to the 10% deduction for early withdrawal from an approved pension plan, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and these amendments, Mr. Speaker, related to the personal income tax regime are backdated to January 2025. So even though we're passing it now, you can claim it for your 2025 income, Mr. Speaker. You can claim all these allowances within the $40,000 cap for the income year, January to December 2025, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we've inserted another amendment, Mr. Speaker, an allowance of $50,000 for businesses investing in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence tools, and approved ICT training for staff. And we say that again, Mr. Speaker. A business can claim up to $50,000 allowance if you invest in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence tools, and approved ICT training. You can claim $50,000, Mr. Speaker, a business in your tax, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the Inland Revenue will have to develop operational guidelines to administer the new allowance of $50,000. The Revenue will have to decide how they prove that you made that investment of $50,000, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, having said so, the Revenue Department will have to have stronger safeguards and monitoring of approved pension plans in order to reduce the possibility of the exempt pension policy being considered as an anti-avoidance measure by international partners such as the OECD. So it has to be monitored, so the OECD, Mr. Speaker, and I want to inform honorable members, Mr. Speaker, that the OECD in the report for 2025, Mr. Speaker, and if you allow me, Mr. Speaker, to tell you that the OECD, Mr. Speaker, and here's what it says about taxation in St. Lucia. It says, St. Lucia's tax to GDP ratio in 2023 was 20.8%, was below the was below the Latin American and Caribbean countries, Mr. Speaker. It was which the average was for Latin American, it was below the Latin American countries, which was 21.3%, Mr. Speaker. And for the OECD as a whole, the tax ratio to GDP was 33.9%. For the OECD as a whole, it was 43.9%. For St. Lucia, it was 20.3%. And for the Latin American, Caribbean countries, St. Lucia was lower, 20.3%, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, these amendments to the Income Tax Act, as I said, are backdated. First of all, to give relief to professionals, middle-income people, give some relief to them. If you've just built your house and you haven't got any dependent relative or you don't have any children as yet, Mr. Speaker, you can claim the entire $40,000, Mr. Speaker. If you have medical expenses, and that's very expensive, medical expenses, Mr. Speaker, you can claim the entire amount for your tax, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, we are helping you to take care of your dependent relative. We're helping you to diversify into renewable energy, Mr. Speaker. So solar panel components, you can get it 100% tax. You can claim all for your tax, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is rather, it's a fact, Mr. Speaker, that St. Lucia's tax burden is not what some people want to make it look like, Mr. Speaker. It's not. Everyone must pay their fair share. And you may recall, Mr. Speaker, that we have increased the tax threshold to $24,000 per year. Anybody who gets less than $24,000 per year pays no tax. Anybody gets less than that, Mr. Speaker. And now we are increasing the allowances, the total allowances, to $40,000 from $30,000, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a further promise of the government which we are fulfilling, and we are backdating it for the year 2025, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the Inner Revenue for working with us to come up with these amendments, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that the public understands that St. Lucia is not a highly taxed jurisdiction, and those who owe the taxes pay the taxes. Those who owe pay, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will just jump quickly on the Health and Security Levy. The Health and Security Levy this year, it raised between $40 and $45 million. We are just working on the figures now, Mr. Speaker. The final figures, because estimates are next month. Next month are estimates, March. It's raised about between $40 and $45 million. And for the addition of personnel alone at the new St. Jude Hospital, personnel alone, additional personnel, Mr. Speaker, St. Jude Hospital is requesting more than $30 million in additional staff alone, both professional and non-professional. And the Health and Security Levy only raised between $40 and $45 million, Mr. Speaker. And further, last week alone, we recruited 86 new law enforcement officers, including policemen and SLASPA security officers. 86 new ones were recruited, Mr. Speaker, and we have to pay them the salaries. The Health and Security Levy only raised for the period between $40 and $45 million, Mr. Speaker. And these two items alone, you'll see what it costs this country for health and security, Mr. Speaker. So the Health and Security Levy is a necessary tax, but it doesn't meet a fraction of the expenses of health and security in this country, Mr. Speaker. We, for independence, Mr. Speaker, we are commissioning the new police headquarters, the Northern Police Headquarters in Grosile. That's been commissioned in February. The administrative block has been commissioned in February, Mr. Speaker, costing the government in excess of $30 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've had to move the Ansari police station into new premises, Mr. Speaker. Health and security again. We moved the Viewfort police station expenses, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the fire service, the investment in the fire service and the emergency services, Mr. Speaker, we opened the West Coast Fire Post in Ansari Canary, Mr. Speaker. And whilst it was being opened, it was said it wasn't there. Whilst it did not exist, whilst it was being opened, Mr. Speaker. But we opened it, Mr. Speaker, with an ambulance service, Mr. Speaker. Health centers in Babonneau, in Foisseau. New health centers in La Ressource, Mr. Speaker. Addition, smart health centers. Expenses for health and security. Universal health care for health and security, Mr. Speaker, which I'm sure the Minister of Health will opine on, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to say, in speaking about taxes, I mean the taxes talk about the health and security level, Mr. Speaker. You know that the government is spending, Mr. Speaker, more than 5 times in total what we collect from the health and security level, Mr. Speaker. Plus the fact, in VAT, we removed the VAT on 70 food items. And I can tell you that the housewives and the people who shop in the supermarket, Mr. Speaker, are saying every day, they are saying that they've seen a reduction in these prices, Mr. Speaker, because of the work of the government of St. Lucia and the former Minister of Commerce, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, our history on taxation is clear. We have nothing to hide on our history on taxation. Plus, the tax amnesty, where the government is giving up millions, and I was very happy to hear them from Microsoft talk about enforcement, Mr. Speaker. I hope when the time comes for enforcement, he agrees and supports us. Because there are millions of dollars out there in unpaid taxes, Mr. Speaker. Somebody was a tax. Someone was telling me, Mr. Speaker, that a businessman purchased cash a brand new vehicle for $27,000. So he said to him, "But what about your tax?" He said, "Guys, I ain't paying that." Shut up. I ain't paying that. You understand? So everyone, we want better roads. We complain about health care. Healthcare, Mr. Speaker, the cost of healthcare, and the minister was right when he spoke of the accidents, how accidents increase the cost of healthcare. How accidents increase the cost of healthcare, Mr. Speaker. So we have to understand that this thing is not as simple as it sounds, not simple as saying whatever you want, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that healthcare is expensive, very expensive. And St. Lucia's income tax burden is not as high as some people would like to tell other people. It's not, Mr. Speaker. No one likes to pay taxes, but everybody should pay their fair share of taxes, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'm urging the business sector to please pay the taxes that you owe the government of St. Lucia within that amnesty period, Mr. Speaker. There's a big discussion on taxes on tourism, a big discussion, and these discussions are necessary, and we should have them. We should have the discussion on taxes on tourism. There's a school of thought that says that tourism should not be taxed because of what it does in terms of employment, in terms of revenue, in terms of foreign exchange earnings, because tourism is an export industry. There's another body of thought that says that tourism should be taxed. These are two lines of thought as far as tourism is concerned. What has to happen? We have to decide which one is right for the circumstances in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And we know that there are discussions on whether the tourism workers are adequately paid for the work that they do. We increased the minimum wage already, Mr. Speaker, for all sectors. There was a suggestion that tourism people should get $2,500 a month. How feasible that was, I don't know. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, there is discussion. And the very fact that it was recommended that tourism workers should get $2,500 a month is an admission that there may be, tourism workers may be underpaid. Maybe because there was a suggestion that they should be paid $2,500 a month. Mr. Speaker, these discussions are good. We must bring them up in the open. We must open up the discussion, Mr. Speaker, on these issues, albeit some of it is partisan, Mr. Speaker. But the whole idea of tax discussions that the income tax should be simplified, a flat tax rate, that these discussions are taking place also, that there should be a flat rate of tax, no allowances, just one allowance and a percentage, a flat tax. Discussion. So, Mr. Speaker, we've reached the time when we have to see about our own selves, we have to see about our own economy, we have to have the maturity to take firm decisions, and we have to understand that what we say, we must be able to back it up with fact, empirical evidence, not emotion. We've passed the stage of emotion, Mr. Speaker. We need empirical evidence. And empirical evidence says that St. Lucia's tax burden is not as high as some people may want to say, Mr. Speaker. So I ask members, Mr. Speaker, to support this amendment to the income tax and tell the people of St. Lucia that these changes are backdated for the income year 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the income tax amendment bill be read a second time. Member for Mico South.
Mr. Speaker, hard to decide where to begin after that explanation, Mr. Speaker, because I think we went way past what the bill really was entailing. So first of all, in terms of historical correction, Mr. Speaker, that the amendments that we're seeing today really emanated, Mr. Speaker, from the manifesto of the Labour Party in 2021. I'm recalling point number 11. A minimum threshold of $4,000 of non-taxable income. I'm sure that members must remember that promise in that manifesto. Remember that? The members offered in 2021 that they were going to increase the threshold of taxable income to $4,000. And, Mr. Speaker, in the middle of the last term, the members brought it to $2,400 or $2,000, the threshold. And when they first put it out, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, a member from Castries East, 100% correct. It was a cap of $30,000. Now, the question, Mr. Speaker, that we would all have to ask ourselves is when the $4,000 threshold was offered, and I know the civil servants in particular loved that idea because it meant the vast majority of them, Mr. Speaker, would not be paying any income taxes. and the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, the member from Castries East, says whether it was feasible. I remember sitting on the opposite side at the time when that proposal was made. And I knew, as a Minister of Finance, that if in fact that was to go through, that would have eliminated almost 50% of the people who currently pay income tax from having to pay income tax. A significant cash loss. The members quickly wised up when they were in government, realizing what that was going to cost, and amended it to now what we see today, but with a cap of $30,000. And with very little flexibility with the $30,000, Mr. Speaker. And the group of people that this was going to impact the most, Mr. Speaker, is your middle class. They are the ones who were going to suffer, and they found themselves substantially worse off with that amendment. And the fact is that the government was forced to make this further amendment based on the pressure that was being brought to bear upon them, and to understand the mistake that was made and the negative impact it was going to have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking here. I will find it. Where did it go? Oh. Here we go, Mr. Speaker. Where is this going? Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take the Prime Minister's words in good faith, and that we have a discussion. The $2,500 salary for tourism could be made in comparison, if I'm to use his analogy, of the 4,000. Was the 4,000 a legitimate policy position to improve the strength and strengthen the economy of St. Lucia, or was it simply a campaign promise? And the same can be asked of the United Workers' Party. The offer of $2,500 as a minimum wage for hotel workers could be seen in that light as well. I appreciate that. But I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, that the middle class is what drives this country. And what we should be doing as a country is to doing everything that we physically, humanly, possibly can do with policies to grow the middle class, not to reduce it. Is that middle class that's going to generate the level of growth that we want to see. It's the middle class that can afford to build their own homes and to save the money. The requirement or the idea of $2,500, Mr. Speaker, as a minimum salary, and I want to put it in the context. $2,500 a month, Mr. Speaker, EC, is not even $1,000 a month. Is not even $1,000 US a month. To be working in an international industry in which we are going to be measured by international standards and trying to provide an international service, because every single day St. Lucia is competing against not just the Caribbean, we're competing against the world. And if we want our workers to be able to rise to that level, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a serious discussion that we have to have. And the question is, how do you make that happen, Mr. Speaker? How is that possible? Well, Mr. Speaker, it is about understanding what the inputs into the tourism sector are, and the question is where our priorities should be. So when you turn around and you're charging high duties on liquor, excessive prices, fees, all kinds of stuff, and you overburden the hotel sector with those kinds of costs, the entity that's going to take it, they're going to take it out on, sadly, and it has been, the workers. And we have accepted it for many years because relative to the other industries, the other sectors in our economy, tourism pays the highest wages. I applaud the Labour Party when Kenny Anthony came in 1997. They're the ones who amended it, if you remember, Mr. Speaker, that the gratuity that workers obtained was tax-free. That was a significant move. But unfortunately, because they're getting that gratuity, too many hoteliers have looked at it as part of their salary, Mr. Speaker, and take that into the consideration. I want to read this, Mr. Speaker, because it's important. Sorry, wrong one. Mr. Speaker, there was a report that came out by the Chamber of Commerce just recently, and it spoke about what's happening in the economy, Mr. Speaker. It says the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture has released the findings of its business performance survey for the second quarter of 2025, covering the period April to June. The survey highlights a generally subdued operating environment for business, characterized by declining sales, workforce contraction, rising costs, and cautious business sentiment. The survey respondents were primarily located in casteries, with 39% identifying as chamber members. The results reflect the realities of a predominantly small business economy, as 80% of the participant firms employ fewer than 10 people. It's the middle class. Labor market indicators showed a net decline in employment, with 25% of the firms reducing their workforce and only 8% reporting increases. Recurrent challenges persist, particularly for professional and skilled manual positions. Business performance indicators also weakened, with declines reported in both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter sales, along with deteriorating cash flow conditions. I bring that up. It's the Chamber report. I'm happy to send it to you. I bring that up because, Mr. Speaker, disposable income is critical. Now, I've learned to listen to the Prime Minister very carefully. And what I see is a Minister of Finance that is preparing this country for an increase in taxes. How many times have we heard him say today that the threshold of taxation in St. Lucia is lower than the average? I wonder if that threshold takes into consideration, Mr. Speaker, that a barrel of oil of gas has been between $55 and $60, and yet the price at the pump has remained at $16. And how much incremental revenue the government has collected above and beyond what it is legislated, which is the $4. Because clearly, if I remember the reports I used to get from the Ministry of Finance, at a $55, $60 barrel of oil, gas should be no more than $12.50 on the $4. That means the government is making what? $3, $4 more on a gas than above and beyond the $4 they said they were going to be collecting? That's a form of taxation. I hear the new Minister of Commerce talking about the ease of doing business. I abandoned the ease of doing business long ago, Mr. Speaker. It's a cost of doing business. We woke up after the election, dusted ourselves off, only now to find out that our container port has been moved to cul-de-sac. Not one word of explanation from the government of St. Lucia. Not one word. Who is paying for that? How much more is it going to cost? These are all costs that are going to be added to the cost of doing business in this country, Mr. Speaker, and nothing. So, when I now look at this tax amendment, Mr. Speaker, I applaud it because it only adjusted what was wrong in the first place, Mr. Speaker. Because the $30,000 cap was too much of a burden, and the fact is there was no flexibility with the $30,000. So I applaud the government. Bravo. That you've come to the House and you've made that amendment and given relief to the middle class of this country. But I'm going to say there needs to be more introspection in the upcoming budget as to what is going to happen to St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, we have a government that seems to want to justify things, but not to include the public in the conversation. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is more interested in talking about economics, and I applaud that his contribution. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, we have things that are taking place internationally right now that are going to have a significant impact on the cost of doing business in St. Lucia and our future, of which he has remained mute. Nothing. Nothing, Mr. Speaker. We don't know. We don't know. We had a Minister of Foreign Affairs that went to the UN, and I don't even want to repeat what he called the US. We have a government that was in bed with Maduro, taking adversarial positions with the United States, and today, Mr. Speaker, want to come and say, oh, look what I've inherited. I can't do anything because America is a superpower. It is only today that you realize America is a superpower. We have now find ourselves with our pants down that we now have to go and find replacement nurses and doctors for the Cubans. And our young persons are being affected who have a future in medicine. And it's only today that we realize that. There was no plan in place, Mr. Speaker. This government is singularly focused, Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you, on taxation and money. And the fact is, the reality of the CIP program and what it is going to generate in terms of revenues to this government, I pray has not gone away. But certainly, we can say we don't know. And now we're going to look at taxation as the alternative? Really? And you don't want to believe, you live in St. Lucia, as whether you want to believe the statistics or not, that you don't believe the people in St. Lucia are overtaxed? I beg to differ. My constituents beg to differ. My constituents are complaining about the tax rate and how much they're having to pay all the time. And to add salt to the wound, Mr. Speaker, is the lack of attention, particularly in the area of economic development and job growth and revenue growth in the South, that this government has ignored. Now, the government has been given a mandate. And I applaud that. I respect that. I embrace that. Another one. Whatever you want. Okay? Another one. But do not believe that people are going to be patient forever. The fact is, at some point, that this government is going to have to produce economic growth. I sit here on my side, Mr. Speaker, quietly listening to how members want to boast about great economic growth in the last round of elections between 2021 and 2025.
Is it true?
Not understanding that there was a decline of 26%. The question is, have we returned to where we were in 2019? That's the question. Oh. And that's a discussion that we've had, Mr. Speaker. Okay? That's a discussion we've had. The fact is, up until 2019, we were seeing progress. I've heard my member from Labrie on a continuous basis, say that he inherited a country that was in recession. Really? Because in 2020 and the impact of COVID in the last couple of months, that our growth rate was 0.7% negative. That made us a recession? Come on. Tourism numbers as we speak has not recovered to where it was in 2019, your major driving force. And don't shake me ahead and tell me no. The fact is you have less room nights by 25%. There's no less rooms, Mr. Speaker. You have a better secrets than you've ever had before. You've had additional rooms going on, Airbnbs going on. The only hotels that have been closed is the Rex properties, which were running less than a 50% occupancy anyway. I can't believe why it's taking so long to get that project off the ground, Mr. Speaker. Okay, you have Aliyah coming. Great. But the fact is that currently, right now, we have a tourism sector that is declining. We have inflation that has fooled us into believing that there was economic growth. But when we look at the productivity numbers, they are not there. And the fact is that this is not intended in any way, Mr. Speaker, to be poking fun or trying to get political mileage. I'm responding to the Prime Minister. Whenever the Prime Minister and members on this side are prepared to have a discussion, whether in public, whether in private, about how we're going to turn this country around, I will be there to have a positive conversation. And particularly what we're going to do in tourism and how we're going to handle the health crisis that we have in this country. I'm happy with the Prime Minister.
Member from Mikusov, even with your worst assessment of me, you will agree I have been lenient to the point of being almost ridiculous. You have not once collided with the bill before us. You are given a treatise on the economic growth when the bill before us speaks to simply apportioning benefits under the income tax among children, personal emoluments, etc. Your lecture on the economic state of the country does not speak to the bill. I've been very, very lenient in allowing you latitude. Perhaps no other member has gotten it, but please try to return to the bill, even if for a moment.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that and I appreciate your guidance, but I'd like to say that when I stood up, I said the Prime Minister broadened that discussion immensely. And the fact is that the tax bill, I have made reference to it. I said that this tax bill came out of a promise that was made in 2021, was amended, and now has come back for a further amendment. I have spoken about the details of the bill, and I've also spoken...
Remember, you cannot give a 40-page treatise and have one sentence speaking to the bill and 39 pages speaking to something else and say, well, I have spoken of the bill. The bill has to be dealt with and dealt with as is before us. If you are responding to something the Prime Minister has said, that's fine. But you can't just go on, talk about, you spoke about economic growth going back to 2019. Where in the bill does that come in?
Mr. Speaker, the consequences of this bill on our economy is clear. Taxation is a significant economic tool. And so therefore you cannot speak about the tool itself, you have to speak of what the intention the tool was supposed to be used for. And this is where the side...
Remember, I appreciate that if the bill before us were an increase in tax. The bill before us merely speaks to an apportionment of a tax already existing. There is no increase or decrease. This bill is a neutral bill, simply looking at the individual heads that make up the $40,000 allowances we get. It's not an increase in tax, as far as I can see. And I really don't want to enter the debate, but clearly I have a duty to ensure the standing orders are maintained, and the standing orders says there must be relevance to what you're saying.
Mr. Speaker, relevance is a matter of opinion.
Clearly, and the opinion that matters is mine.
So, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in a position where this government seems to be setting up the country for an increase in taxation. And we've seen and heard the rhetoric repeatedly. And I caution the government, Mr. Speaker, And that's why I spoke about the genesis of this, because to go from a $4,000 threshold to where we are today, I think we all can admit is a significant decline. The question is, that $4,000 threshold when it was first put out, Mr. Speaker, what was the intention? Was it intended to improve and strengthen the middle class of this country? And if it was the intention, which I'm going to give the government the benefit, the members on the opposite side, the benefit of the doubt that it was the intention, then what we're doing here is tinkering, because this is not going to do anything to significantly grow the middle class. In fact, it's only bringing the middle class back to where they were before. That's what it's done. And Mr. Speaker, the policies surrounding the economy to cause the country to grow, and for disposable income to also grow, and for people to be in a position to pay the taxes, is one of serious consideration. Because as the report just said by the Chamber of Commerce, and again, that's just one quarter. Let me put out, I mean, it may not be reflective of the entire year. That's just one quarter, and that just came out today. But in my domain, and certainly in my constituency, we have seen a decline in disposable income. And we see the results of it, Mr. Speaker. We see small businesses closing down. They have less barbershops and less hairdressers. We see that they have, the grocery stores are also closing down. We are. And that's why there's small businesses that drive this economy, that middle class, Mr. Speaker, that hire those persons. And it was interesting to note in the Chamber of Commerce report that it was the small businesses in particular that were feeling this negative impact and are seeing a regression, a moving backward. And I would caution the Prime Minister that if the intention, as is being touted, that the VAT rate is going to go up, and they're going to be doing other things, Mr. Speaker. So even when we talk about the two previous bills that came in, Mr. Speaker, if I may, that you want to talk about collecting money, how can you collect money then if there's no money? You can give all the concessions where, Mr. Speaker, this government, right now, this administration, is not the only administration that has given tax breaks. Dr. Anthony gave tax breaks. Stephenson King gave tax breaks. Alan Shastney gave tax breaks and concessions and all kinds of stuff. At some point, we have to say, if people are not taking advantage of these concessions, why is it? Maybe we have to consider they don't have any money. And they have to make some tough choices between paying taxes and keeping the lights on. And that's something that we have to give serious consideration to, because this is your country, this is my country, this is everybody's country. And we all have vested interest in it, and that it's going to be run correctly. So, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the government for coming today to make these amendments. I think it's a step in the right direction. I would like to know whether, in fact, the government has the intention of going back to its initial promise in 2021 of going to the 4,000 threshold. I certainly would welcome the opportunity, whether privately, with a group of people, whichever it is, if you want to understand why United Workers' Party was pushing forward the $2,500 salary rate particularly for hospitality workers, I would be happy to share those thoughts. Doesn't mean you have to take them, by any means, and certainly the results of the election, you clearly don't have to take them. But if, in fact, you are interested in understanding what our intentions were and why we specifically said that, and the contribution that we believe it's going to make to growing the middle class, I will be happy to share them with your side. An interesting note was, I remember being in this house when we brought a company called Ojo Labs, Mr. Speaker, to St. Lucia. That was the first AI company. That was back in 2017. And the then leader of the opposition said that was mind-bending technology that we were bringing to St. Lucia. So I'm glad to see that he's made a full circle, and that we've gone as far now to provide tax incentives and tax breaks for people who are actually going to embrace AI, which is fast becoming the fastest growing sector in the world, and one of the transitionary points that we're seeing. We had the internet We've seen a lot of new technology coming in, Mr. Speaker, and AI clearly is the next one. So it's good to see that the Prime Minister has made full circle now and no longer is fearful of AI, but now is embracing AI. And I congratulate you, sir, on that transition. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Library.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Income Tax Amendment Bill now before this Honorable House. A bill that represents one of the most comprehensive, people-centered and forward-looking reforms of direct taxation undertaken by this government since assuming office in July 2021. Mr. Speaker, before I get down to business, I must indicate that so far in this sitting, we have absolutely no bill or motion dealing, if anything, with foreign policy. We had 2 VAT resolutions in the sphere of economics, 1 procurement bill, and we have an income tax bill, which again is situated in the realm of economics. So it's rather strange that the leader of the opposition seemed to be provoking some reaction where foreign policy is concerned. But Mr. Speaker, he had nothing to say. He attempted in his contribution to change the subject because the contrast between this government's approach and that of the previous administration under the leadership of the member for Miku South could not be clearer. Where they presided over stagnation, rising hardship, and a tax system frozen in time, this Labour administration has delivered growth, relief, and reform. Where allowances were left unchanged for decades, eroded by inflation and rising costs, this government has acted decisively to restore the real value and return fairness to the tax system in this country. The people of St. Lucia have already rendered the verdict. They rejected economic mismanagement and uncertainty and instead chose stability, compassion, and competence. This income tax reform is not just good economics, Mr. Speaker. It is good governance, and it reflects the mandate given to this government to move St. Lucia forward. Under PJP 1.0, we stabilize and restore confidence, as I said. Under PJP 2.0, we are reforming, modernizing, and building lasting prosperity. This bill is further proof that this government governs with purpose, delivers on its promises, and places people at the center of policy. This bill is not an isolated measure, Mr. Speaker. It is part of a deliberate and carefully sequenced tax reform agenda pursued under the leadership of Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre, an agenda that treats tax policy not merely as a revenue-raising tool, but as a central instrument of economic growth, social protection, and national transformation. So contrary to the tax burden he was talking about, I will demonstrate, using the very bill, that what the leader of the opposition was saying is completely out of whack with reality. At its core, Mr. Speaker, this reform agenda is driven by a simple but powerful economic principle. When citizens and businesses retain more of their income, disposable incomes rise, consumption expands, investment increases, and economic activity grows. Very simple. That philosophy has guided this government's approach to tax reform from PJP 1.0 to PJP 2.0, building on earlier direct tax reforms, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill builds on earlier landmark reforms already implemented by this government, including the increase in PAYE threshold to 25,000 and the introduction of a simplified three-band income tax structure of 15%, 20%, and 30%. These measures remove thousands of low-income earners from the tax net, simplified compliance, improved transparency, and delivered immediate relief to working families. Where is the burden, Mr. Speaker? These direct tax reforms were deliberately designed to complement indirect tax measures introduced by this government, including VAT, import duty, and service charge reductions on essential food items, as well as targeted subsidies, Mr. Speaker, on LPG, flour, rice, and sugar. Together, these policies have cushioned the impact of global inflation, reduced the cost of living, and helped households maintain purchasing power. Thousands of St. Lucians benefited, Mr. Speaker. This integrated approach reflects sound macroeconomic management by reducing both the tax burden on income and the cost of essential goods. This government has increased real disposable income across the economy, Mr. Speaker. So what the member for Miku South was saying there is completely untrue. So he's on vacation these days. He comes there into this house, say whatever he wants. Don't pay attention to what is before us, and just team up with other people that want to destroy this government. But we shall make destroying us so costly that he cannot afford that. And we are going to do that via performance, by passing legislation that benefit the people of this country, Mr. Speaker, not by propaganda. This government been supporting domestic demand, business activity, employment, and sustained economic growth. Mr. Speaker, it's important to state clearly that many of the reforms contained in this amendment, particularly those increasing personal allowances, were announced by the Prime Minister in the budget address for fiscal year 2025-2026. So this is not a product of spontaneous combustion. The Prime Minister didn't just come into this house and decided this is what he's going to do at this point in time. He announced it in the 2025-2026 budget. This bill therefore represents the legislative implementation of commitments made openly to the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. This is not about fluff and bluff. It is also necessary to place those reforms in the proper historical context. Many of the personal allowances contained in the Income Tax Act have remained unchanged since the original enactment of the Act in 1989. From 1989, we in 2026 has remained unchanged. Over more than 3 decades, inflation and rising living costs have significantly eroded the real value of these allowances, Mr. Speaker. Eroded the real value. In effect, Mr. Speaker, what once represented meaningful tax relief had over time become inadequate. This government has therefore taken decisive action to restore the real value of those allowances so that they once again reflect the economic realities faced by St. Lucian household. Mr. Speaker, a central pillar of this reform is the increase in the aggregate cap on allowable deductions from 30,000 to 40,000 effective 1st January 2025, Mr. Speaker. This adjustment ensures that taxpayers can fully benefit from the enhanced individual allowances without being constrained by an outdated overall ceiling. Mr. Speaker, by increasing the aggregate cap, the government is directly reducing taxable incomes and therefore lowering the overall income tax paid by citizens. Where is the tax burden? Invented by the leader of the opposition, and all he had to do was to run out of the chamber. This translates into increased disposable income, greater financial flexibility, and improved household resilience. Mr. Speaker, the increase in the mortgage interest allowance reflects the substantially higher cost of building and purchasing a home. Construction costs, material prices, and financing requirements have risen sharply over time, resulting in larger mortgages for homeowners. What is this government doing, Mr. Speaker? This government's policy is clear. We want more St. Lucians to own their homes. The enhanced mortgage interest allowance forms part of a comprehensive housing strategy that includes 100% mortgage financing initiatives, housing development, and land regularization programs. Home ownership promotes stability, builds wealth, and strengthens communities. That's what it does. This is a government of compassion. And the leader of the opposition talk about burden. Where is the burden? Mr. Speaker, the increase in the dependent allowance from $350 to $5,000 recognizes the growing responsibility placed on families who support relatives who may be elderly, ill, or otherwise unable to provide for themselves. Family care remains a cornerstone of social support in St. Lucia, and this allowance acknowledges that reality while encouraging compassion and responsibility. Where is the tax burden? Where is the tax burden? Mr. Speaker, the cost of raising children has increased significantly over the years. Education, healthcare, transportation, and nutrition all place increasing demands on household budgets. The enhanced child maintenance allowance provides meaningful relief to parents and recognizes that investing in children is an investment in the nation's future. Mr. Speaker, this government has articulated a bold national objective: 1 university graduate per household. However, we are acutely aware of the rising cost of tertiary education. The increase in the higher education allowance from $5,000 to $10,000 is intended to ease the burden on parents and complement scholarships, student loans, and broader investments in education. Where is the tax burden as articulated by the leader of the opposition, who has disappeared again, just like he always does in times past? And we anticipate in future he'll be missing in action. Mr. Speaker, the increased allowance for savings at credit unions reflects this government's commitment to encouraging financial discipline and resilience. Savings strengthen households, reduce vulnerability to shocks, and support long-term financial security, while credit unions play a vital role in financial inclusion. Because it belongs to the people. These are grassroots organizations that help cushion the impact when things get rough. Where is the burden? Where is the tax burden? Mr. Speaker, the enhanced allowance for investments in government unapproved financial instruments encourages citizens to participate directly in national development. This mobilizes domestic capital, supports public investment, and strengthens economic sovereignty while promoting personal wealth creation. Where is the burden? Where is the burden, Mr. Speaker? The amendment relating to solar systems in this country, Mr. Speaker, is fully aligned with this government's national energy policy. which seeks to accelerate the transition to renewable energy, reduce dependence on imported fossil fuels, lower electricity costs, and enhance energy security. Energy policy is economic policy. High energy costs affect every household and every business, and reducing those costs improves competitiveness across the entire economy. What is the leader of the opposition talking about? The policy to allow the full deduction of expenditure related to the purchase and installation of those solar systems was announced in the budget address for fiscal year 2023-2024. That announcement formed part of a broader strategy to empower households and businesses to invest in renewable energy and reduce their long-term operating cost. However, Mr. Speaker, the legislative amendment required to give full effect to that policy was not enacted at that time. This bill therefore gives effect to what was always the government's intention by making the deduction retroactive for the income years 2023 to 2025. This is not an afterthought, Mr. Speaker. It is a matter of policy integrity and fairness. It ensures that taxpayers who acted in good faith based on the budget announcement are treated equitably, and that government policy is applied consistently. By encouraging investment in solar energy, this amendment delivers multiple benefits. It lowers electricity costs for households and businesses, improves energy resilience, reduces foreign exchange outflows, and advances St. Lucia's climate and environmental commitments as articulated in St. Lucia's third nationally determined contributions submitted to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It also aligns with VAT zero rating of selected components, ensuring that tax policy is coherent across both direct and indirect taxation. Mr. Speaker, this is how modern tax policy should function, aligned with national development objectives and designed to drive long-term structural change, Mr. Speaker. This is how competent administrations govern in such difficult circumstances. Mr. Speaker, the second major innovation in this bill is the introduction of a deduction of up to $50,000 for investments in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence tools, and information and communication technology training for staff. This amendment reflects again, Mr. Speaker, a clear understanding of the realities of the modern global economy. As our economy becomes more digital, cybercrime has emerged as one of the fastest growing threats to economic stability and national security. Businesses today store vast amounts of sensitive data, including personal information, financial records, and business intelligence. A single cyber attack can cripple operations, destroy consumer trust, and expose firms to significant financial and legal risk. Cybersecurity, Mr. Speaker, is therefore no longer optional. It is an essential cost of doing business in the 21st century. By allowing businesses to deduct investments in cybersecurity, this government is encouraging firms to protect their systems, safeguard data, and maintain confidence in St. Lucia as a secure place to conduct business, Mr. Speaker. What is the leader of the opposition talking about? But this amendment goes further. It recognizes that artificial intelligence is rapidly reshaping how businesses operate, compete, and grow. AI is transforming productivity, logistics, marketing, customer service, finance, and decision-making across the global economy, Mr. Speaker. Businesses that fail to adopt artificial intelligence tools will simply be unable to compete with those that do. Mr. Speaker, artificial intelligence is not a luxury reserved for large corporations. It is increasingly accessible to micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. However, adoption requires upfront investment in training. This deduction lowers that barrier and sends a clear signal that this government wants St. Lucian businesses to be future ready, Mr. Speaker. The inclusion of ICT training for staff is equally important. Technology without skills delivers limited value. By encouraging businesses to invest in their employees, this government is strengthening human capital, supporting higher skilled jobs, and
Member for Library, I
productivity.
did caution the member for Miku South about the relevance to the bill. I'm trying to
No,
understand.
I talk about the allowance, you know. These are the allowances. I'm under the allowances, Mr. Speaker.
And the allowances make reference to AI.
Yeah, definitely, Mr. Speaker. I started.
Tread carefully, member. You are stretching the bounds of this bill.
I'm not aware I'm stretching, but you see, Mr. Speaker, you're the authority in this honorable house, and I shall be obedient. I shall be obedient to your instructions. But I know for a fact, as night follows day, that I am not straying away from the center line of the argument. What I'm saying
not at the
is
center
not
anymore. You're almost at the periphery.
No, not at all. I'm on the center line.
But member, please strike.
But I shall proceed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill complements the exemption of pension income from taxation, recognizing that retirement income should not be taxed twice and that pensioners deserve dignity and security. This reform reflects a compassionate and fair approach to fiscal policy that values people and not just numbers. Mr. Speaker, I conclude again by accentuating that if PJP 1.0 was about stabilization, relief, and restoring confidence, then PJP 2.0 is about consolidation, modernization, and transformation. This income tax reform demonstrates that when this government makes commitments in a budget address, it follows through with legislation. It modernizes our tax system, increases disposable incomes, and supports families and businesses, and positions St. Lucia for sustained growth and shared prosperity, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to this honorable house and fully support the Prime Minister in proposing this bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Soufrière Forcejac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the amendments before us. I shall be extremely brief, Mr. Speaker. But with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this moment to congratulate Ms. Bernelle St. Rose, who's the newly appointed President of the National Youth Council, and Ms. Edisa Eugene, the newly appointed Vice President, and every other member of the executive. Mr. Speaker, the two young ladies are from the constituency of Soufrière-Forcejac. I want to commend them, but I also want to tell them that I wish them well. I wish the youth of St. Lucia well. They are in the vanguard at the moment, and I expect them to deliver properly for the young people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, the amendments before us are wide-ranging, but I want to stand here and say a big thank you to the Minister to the Prime Minister and the member for Catherine East, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of not only my constituents, but on behalf of the people of St. Lucia. Because the amendments before us, Mr. Speaker, reflects a government, a Minister of Finance, a Prime Minister that actually feels the pain, feels the pulse of the people. It was a promise made, but clearly, Mr. Speaker, these amendments focuses and tries to address the needs of every sector of this society. And that is what is important. The cap has moved from 30,000 to 40,000. But the things that jump out to me is the fact that now medical expenses, you can claim 100% of that. Why is that important, Mr. Speaker? Because as a PAL rep, as a member of the cabinet, we understand the high cost of healthcare and medicine. Mr. Speaker, I look again at solar PV and the cost of shifting to renewable energy. This is showing a government that is focused very much on the future. The area that I want to emphasize as well, Mr. Speaker, is the whole issue of trying to get families to focus and support each other. Where now we move the family allowance from $300 to $5,000, Mr. Speaker. Because those of us who always focused on supporting our relatives, we always question the significance of a $350 allowance. At the moment, it is $5,000. Again, the issue of higher education, Mr. Speaker, we know the cost of that. And as a government, apart from all the scholarships that we provide, we know that persons have to support the children who are studying away. And as I say so, as a country, we need to pay a lot more attention to what is happening to us in the area of education. Mr. Speaker, we have the challenges of our children now studying in Cuba. And the parents who have children in Cuba now have to provide a lot more support to those children. So moving that higher education allowance from $5,000 to $10,000, again, is one that is very welcome. For some of our younger persons, Mr. Speaker, who are employed, and for what we call our middle income persons, allowing our mortgage homeowners to move the allowance from $10,000 to $40,000, Mr. Speaker, is another area where homeowners in particular will now have a level of comfort that they did not have before. Because especially where you have middle income persons, that was a challenge. That was a challenge for them. But now that we have allowed them that $40,000, they know that we have heard their cry. On behalf of the pensioners, Mr. Speaker, there we have where all pensioners, all income derived from pension is non-taxable. And that's thousands of persons in this country who are receiving a pension now have that particular ease, Mr. Speaker. A government that has shown compassion and continue to show compassion. Mr. Speaker, when I looked at an allowance for investments in shares, and we are telling our young persons that no matter how much you earn, you must have the discipline of savings. We need to speak on that a lot more, Mr. Speaker. We need to speak on that a lot more. Whatever your income, you must have a portion to put aside for a rainy day. So the young member on my right is nodding. And as a government, we are making these provisions, these policy positions to encourage and to enable our young persons to do this. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we have a $50,000 allowance for our businesses to encourage training in IT, in AI. Again, forward thinking, Mr. Speaker. Forward thinking. And when we think today, when we look at the statutory instruments table, Mr. Speaker, when I counted no less than 29 businesses at this sitting. We are confirming no less than 29 statutory instruments were laid by the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Tourism and Commerce. Again, a government continuing to balance support to the business community as well as support to the workers, to the pensioners, a balance, a government that is showing balanced fiscal policies, balanced macroeconomic policies, balanced social policies as we try to bring this country forward. The situation out there is external positions are quite hostile, Mr. Speaker, but I believe with our Prime Minister at the helm, with some of the social policies and economic policies that we are putting in place as a country, this boat, St. Lucia, will continue to remain afloat and make progress. Mr. Speaker, I support the amendments before us. I thank you.
Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank members for the support, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but if you allow me to just just comment briefly on the member from Microsoft, what he said, Mr. Speaker. As usual, he speaks and he leaves the Parliament and complains that he is not given ample time, etc., Mr. Speaker. But as usual, he says things and he goes, Mr. Speaker. Now, I promised that this term, at least for now, I thought that the member of Microsoft would have gone into some sober reflection and to realize that what he said did not work. The people rejected it, but he started in the same old vein, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just on the $2,500 thing, it was no economic policy, you know. That was stated about 5 days before the election. The $2,500 didn't come as a policy. 5 days before the election, when things were looking very bad, when the polls were low, when the signs weren't working, the $2,500 just came out of the hat a few days before the election. You remember that, yeah? Just a few days before the election. Secondly, the member from Microsoft has a hotel. I advise him to begin the transition in his hotel. Pay the workers $2,500 a month, and he'll get, I mean, I would applaud him, and the tourism guru that he is, when he took that lead, all the hotels would follow him because he says he's got the advice on tourism. So if one of the best things he can do for tourism is increase the wage, he should start it, he should do it, and every hotel will follow him. That has nothing to do with the government. Nothing to do with the government. You think I would be annoyed if the lady working in Maynard Hill, if they pay her $2,500 a month, I'd be annoyed? Never. I would support it. The leader of the opposition must start. Lead the example. He knows everything about tourism. He knows how to grow the tourism industry. He thinks the best way is to start by increasing the wage. I support it. Let him start in his hotels. Secondly, as usual, it didn't work, but he continues. He says, I said AI was mind-bending. Everybody speaks about the responsible use of AI. Everybody speaks about that. Everybody speaks about it. But again, you know, he just likes to try to belittle people, Mr. Speaker. So I'm saying it again, that there must be responsible use of AI. And the $50,000 is for responsible use of AI. The member from Microsoft knows very well that there are workers who are very concerned about the advent of AI. He knows that, but again he tries, to come at this old stale food to believe he can raise something, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is the same leader of the opposition who a few minutes ago said that he would help the government in more stringent tax collection methods. In the same day, in the same speech, in the same day, a few minutes before, he said that he would assist government, talking on two sides of his mouth. He would help government to collect the revenue. On the other hand, he's blaming the government for people not paying the taxes. The same leader of the opposition that never told the public in 2020 when we made these promises, payables were about $184 million, and he only left $36 million in the bank. That's the economy that he left for us. $36 million in the bank. The people in the Ministry of Finance were scratching their head how they would get the $43 million to pay salaries. The same member from Microsoft is not telling the public that St. Lucia was the highest indebted country after COVID. We borrowed the most from the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. So that's why we could not give the $4,000. It's still our intention, but we're responsible. We'll do it when we can. But that is what he's not saying. He's not saying that we inherited unemployment at between 20 and 25%, and now unemployment has decreased. And even though you read something from the Chamber of Commerce, unemployment has decreased to what we had. It was when we inherited. The same member of Microsoft is not saying that youth unemployment was at over 40% when he left it for us. Now it's in the late 20s and it's too high, and we're still trying to reduce it, Mr. Speaker. And now, Mr. Speaker, suddenly ease of doing business is of no relevance to the leader of the opposition. Suddenly, the same leader of the opposition came here all last year talking about this and that, and again, slip of the tongue, the container port has moved to cul-de-sac. The leader of the opposition knows very well what the situation of containers. It's not a local situation only. He knows very well the supply chain issues that relate to containers. But again, it didn't work. He's still trying. Didn't work, but he's still trying. No container port hasn't gone. And there was discussion. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Chamber of Commerce were in constant discussion with SLASMA about the congestion on the ports. Constant discussion. That didn't happen suddenly. If you notice, there's an increase in, there's a new area at Slasper near Fuller Show by the members' constituency. There you will see an extension, Mr. Speaker, to the port. There was discussion. The chamber was panicking that there would have been a strike, there would have been chaos during Christmas. There was even a strike by container bus drivers. He says there's no discussion. Where is his memory? That's deliberate. There was a strike which his party supported because he thought it would create embarrassment to the government of St. Lucia. And now he's talking about there was no discussion about container port, Mr. Speaker. I mean, then the same leader of the opposition now, because he's seen that there is an improvement and there was no chaos as he was predicting for Christmas, he's complaining about the change that we made. And that is what the people of St. Lucia realize. That the United Workers' Party, every day they pray for damnation to happen to the people of St. Lucia. Every day, including now, praying that something befalls St. Lucia, because they believe if something befalls St. Lucia, the St. Lucia Labour Party will lose elections. They pray for that even though they lost badly. They're still praying. Every day they get up and they write, let something happen to St. Lucia. Let something happen to St. Lucia. Let something happen. So that St. Lucians can suffer. And when St. Lucians suffer, they believe that the people will turn against the government, Mr. Speaker. And so Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition forgot that we had a walk of progress where thousands of people walked the streets. The support of the people in St. Lucia for the government is not only at the elections, you know. That was a walk of progress never tried by any government before, except in countries where people march as a show of they have to march. We had a walk of progress where thousands of people hit the streets supporting the policies of the government. The same leader of the opposition, remember that we gave civil servants a 13% pay increase. We paid bonuses for 2 consecutive years. Mr. Speaker, so when he comes to, he said, Mr. Speaker, and then, I had promised to ignore him. But I can't, because some people believe it. So you can't allow these things to just be said. And when you finish, as a member for Beaufort North says, they attack you. They say all kinds of things about all kinds of calumny. When they began it, this morning we came to the parliament and we were very sedate. We were very, we said that we will come to this parliament and we discuss. I have said it publicly. In fact, he tries to say that I said kumbaya. Of course I said kumbaya, because I beat him already. Of course I said kumbaya. Of course. I said kumbaya. I said, let's get together. Let's work for the benefit of the country. And I still say that. That's what I said. Do not try to use it against me. You started the same old vein. So please, don't let us have every time in this parliament for us to remind the people of St. Lucia why they did not vote for your party. Let's not remind them, because it might turn against you in the party. So don't make me remind the people of St. Lucia. I don't want to remind them. I want you to be in parliament. I want your party to survive. I want you to remain as leader. So don't do that. Because what you're doing, you're going to cause me to have to just, then you come with the St. Lucia again, trying to poke, goes all over the place, saying things about the government. We are enemies of the United States. Have you ever heard anybody in this parliament say we got enemies of the United States? All what we said is true. Then we this and that. I mean, they've been pushing for us to go offshore and say something that we ought not to say, to hoping that we'll put ourselves in conflict with the United States. They were rejoicing when the last visa policy came out. They were rejoicing. The United States said that immigrant visas have to be suspended. They were jumping up. St. Lucia, no visa, no visa. Why? Why are you doing that? And after the next day, when they saw that it wasn't only St. Lucia, it was 70 other states, and it was immigrant visas. They never came back and said, I made a mistake. Jumping up, happy. Why? In talking about external affairs, the minister, I reiterate, the government of St. Lucia, our positions have been clear. And the situation that's happening now, and geopolitical situations are way above our pay grade. What we have to do is we have to understand that we must make the necessary amendments and adjustments for us to survive without selling our souls. And that's what we're doing. So I make no apologies about it, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not involved in sensation. I'm not involved in playing to the gallery. What I'm involved in trying to help the people of St. Lucia who have shown confidence in the government, help us to chart through these uncharted waters. Uncharted waters, Mr. Speaker. So the opposition should not be always poking fire, hoping that something will catch and St. Lucians will suffer. Why do you want St. Lucians to suffer? Why? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank members, Mr. Speaker, for supporting the income tax bill. And let me advise the leader of the opposition. that this budget is going to be a budget for the times. It's going to be a budget relevant to the times that we live in. That's what it's going to be. A budget that is related to the times that we live in. A budget that will be, as usual, well thought of. And Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition even doubts when growth rates for St. Lucia are given by the national institutions. I'm not the one who said there was growth in the economy, no. International institutions and my colleagues in the Ministry of Finance know how I think about many of these things. But I have a responsibility. I have a fiscal responsibility. I could go and borrow. St. Lucia, as I speak, there are about 12 people, 12 investors who have so much confidence in Lucia's economy that they want to have bold arrangements for us. About 12 businessmen, 12. Local, regional, international, who want to get involved in bold agreements. One of the bold agreements, Mr. Speaker, is to build a new parliament building. I know you need that. People are knocking the door all the time, asking to build a new parliament building, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we spoke about disabled access. Mr. Speaker, but I have a responsibility to the people of this country who have shown confidence in me 7 times in my constituency and twice as Prime Minister. So I have that responsibility. So I'm going to go ahead and borrow to please the leader of the opposition, or to make statements to sound for the leader of the opposition. Even though I make statements, he'll still not agree and not say what I have to say. I have a responsibility, and whilst I have the strength that God gave me and the support of members of the cabinet and the pillars, I'll take decisions after due process, after thinking about it, not based on emotion, on knee-jerk. And if you look at all the policies, how the policies have followed, Mr. Speaker, they followed in sequence. We're not a perfect government. We haven't done everything to perfection, Mr. Speaker. But look at, Mr. Speaker, look at how we've guided this economy from 2021. Look at the steps we've taken. Look at where we got it from, and look at where we brought it. And we still exercise prudence. We have the fiscal space to borrow. I think there are only 12 people who want to build buildings for us. If we were like him, we'd already mashed up the print tree. We don't mash up the print tree, but we are a responsible government, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this morning I was driving, and I was proud of the House of Justice that's been built now. It will change the landscape of Castries. And when you go up north, you look at the police, Northern Police Headquarters. We're taking it step by step. And the next step, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be building headquarters for the police themselves. Next step. That's how we do it. Step by step. And then we go to the fire service. Step by step. Not in a mad haste. Step by step. We are responsible government, Mr. Speaker, and I'm a responsible Minister of Finance. And the books of the country show that our payables at the end of December was less than $40 million. He left the government $184 million and did not pay NIC for workers. We owe the NIC not only for rent, but only for workers' contributions. The government he led. And you come in and you NIC rent and also NIC workers didn't pay the NIC. We paid up. And I have an accountant general who likes money. He likes money, Mr. Speaker. You hold tight and do money. Tight, here dropping the toll. You understand? And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we paid
civil servants on the 21st of January. Unheard of. Unheard of. Unheard of. After we paid a bonus and we had a VAT-free day, we could pay civil servants on the 21st of January because of the management of the economy, the management of cash flow. That's what we did. And this is not pie in the sky. That's what we did. So we did, Mr. Speaker. And we have already started to document our book of achievements. That's what we did. When you have a government, pay a bonus, have a duty-free day, a VAT-free day, and pay salaries on 21st, and pay all our bills, and if our payables are less than $40 million, I talk about management of the economy. That's what we did. You know why? Because I listen to the people in the Ministry of Finance. I don't push them around. I don't play economist and engineer when I could only drive. I don't do that, Mr. Speaker. I sit and I come to consensus. I take the last decision, but I come to consensus with them in everything I do. Because together, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be growing this country together, not individually. I don't raise my hand as being any guru of anything. Tourism, not one new hotel room. You understand, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, I think that bill is the culmination of one stage of the process of income tax reform. And by the time an income tax, Mr. Speaker, means we also have to ensure compliance. So part of our objective in this term is to ensure that there's technology in the Inland Revenue Department so that we can collect the taxes in a timely manner based on information, Mr. Speaker. And I've tasked the Inland Revenue Department, I've tasked them to ensure that the money is there for the computerization of the Inland Revenue Department. We want that to happen, Mr. Speaker. We want it to happen. So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying to you, I would love if I could come here and say things that didn't mean anything. But when I come here to speak, Mr. Speaker, I come here to speak based on facts, Mr. Speaker, based on the issues. I've spoken about the downside risk. I know there are downside risks to the economy. We live in a geopolitical situation where there are downside risks. I know that. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to protect ourselves with what we have. This is why we speak about eating what you grow. That's why you talk about that. That's what we speak about, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend this amendment to this Honorable House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Income Tax Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act, Cap 15.02, and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 38.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 44.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 48.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 6.
Amendment of Section 49.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 7.
Amendment of Section 50.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 8.
Amendment of Section 52.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Amendment of Section 54.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 10.
Amendment of Section 56.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Clause 11.
Amendment of Section 57.
Clause 11 stands part of the bill. Clause 12.
Substitution of Section 59.
Clause 12 stands part of the bill. Clause 13.
Amendment of Section 63.
Clause 13 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Income Tax Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Finance Minister.
I beg to move that the report of the committee be accepted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Income Tax Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Income Tax Amendment Act 2026.
Before I call on the Minister in the Ministry for Tourism, Commerce, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Heritage to pilot the next bill, I wish to draw attention to Standing Order 47. Lest it be said that the member did not produce a bill. In the standing orders, the production of a bill is necessary only for a second reading. The Minister in the Ministry of Tourism, Commerce, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Regulated Substances, in short, cannabis.
Regulated Substances, cannabis.
See, I accidentally put it back on.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be presented for second reading at the next sitting of the Honourable House.
Minister for Health, Wellness and Nutrition.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a bill shortly entitled Drugs Prevention of Misuse, Cannabis Amnesty.
Drug Prevention of Misuse, Cannabis Amnesty.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this bill be read at the next or subsequent meeting of the House.
Senior Minister and Minister of the Public Service, Transport, Information and Utilities Regulation.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment.
Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the Standing Order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for Transport to proceed with all stages of the bill at this sitting. And now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this bill really and truly is a very simple amendment to deal with a few matters that one may consider to be insignificant, except one aspect of it which I believe is very significant. It deals, Mr. Speaker, with the amendment of Section 28 of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Act. And that is for sure a piece of legislation that is being amended almost, coincidentally with what is happening on our streets, although not necessarily directly related to what is happening on the streets, but certainly intended to assist in the administration of that piece of legislation under the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act. Section 28, Mr. Speaker, of the Act is being amended, and I want to carefully go through this here because it deals with a few items. First and foremost, Section 28 is being amended, and Section 28 speaks to issue, endorsement, and renewal of licenses. The issuance of licenses, the endorsement of licenses, and renewal of licenses. In this case, Mr. Speaker, we are first dealing with the issue of members of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force and providing an amendment which allows such individuals who are members of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force to be exempted from the payment of driver licenses. Mr. Speaker, that is the most significant part of it. And it says in the case of subsection 8, evidence that a police officer is employed with the Royal St. Lucia Police Force and is a driver of a motor vehicle used for the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. This, Mr. Speaker, is really to take off the burden of payment of licenses for drivers within the police force, those who are actually driving police vehicles, who are called over the years to pay their annual licenses from their pocket, from their own resources. This government, in keeping with its mandate and its mantra of people, ensuring that people are taken care of, especially the workers of our country, it is saying that for police officers who are driving police vehicles, they need not pay licenses, and therefore the legislation 28 is being amended. Now, 28, Mr. Speaker, that is 28 of the legislation, it says here that on application in the prescribed manner and on payment of the prescribed fee, the licensing authority may issue, endorse, or renew a driver's license if the licensing authority determines that the applicant, and it has different sections as to under what section. But this one deals with subsection 8. And in subsection 8, Mr. Speaker, it says that notwithstanding this section and on application in the prescribed manner, the licensing authority may exempt a holder from the payment of fees under the section from the date that the license expires if it is satisfied. So the amendment there, Mr. Speaker, which is being brought in, what I consider to be the new section, which is section E, is what is reflected in the amendment according to the bill, which is section 8E, and it reads, the holder is to ensure that the holder is a police officer employed with the Royal St. Lucia Police Force and is a driver of a motor vehicle used by the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. So in other words, by agreeing to amend the legislation to grant a waiver, the department needs to have that authority to do so. And the authority is enshrined here in that new section, which is section E. The holder of a police officer, the holder is a police officer employed with the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. So that's the new section. D, therefore, and you read in this, it says, by removing the full stop, and putting a semicolon, meaning that we're adding in a new section. That new section now, Mr. Speaker, is E. Then the other amendment, Mr. Speaker, which is also being proposed, is by deleting the then 9 and replacing it with a new 9. And the new 9 is really to further expound what we are saying. In that new section, it is the section which deals with, and I'll read it to you, Mr. Speaker. 9 deals with an application under subsection 8 must contain a copy of a passport, and these are for persons, St. Lucians, who are living overseas, who have not visited the country for a while. Most of those persons are to apply for a waiver of the license. And normally we do have a problem. The license fee, sorry. How do we ascertain that that person is speaking the truth? The existing legislation, Mr. Speaker, states that an applicant under subsection 8 must contain a copy of the passport of the holder showing proof that the holder was not admitted to St. Lucia during the period for which an exemption is being requested. So that is what is existing now, Mr. Speaker. But it has been further elaborated that in the case of that particular section that we are changing, a copy of the passport of the holder showing proof that the holder was not admitted to St. Lucia during the period for which an exemption is being requested. So in other words, the department now needs to not just have a passport, it needs to see the passport, check the stamps on the passport to show that that person did not enter St. Lucia for the period that they're saying that they want the exemption for. And so that gives greater clarity in this new section that is being put forward. And then you have the section with the police. In the case of subsection 8D, a letter from a registered medical practitioner certifying the period and nature of the illness. And that is the amendment, the second amendment, which is on the 9, an application under subsection 8. It says there, or a letter from a registered medical practitioner certifying the period and nature of illness. So there are two reasons why persons would come for exemptions. They would come for exemptions to the department if they've been living overseas, abroad, and they decide that they can return into St. Lucia after probably 6 years, 2 periods of having not paid for the licenses. Then they've got to show that passport with the stamp. And the other reason why persons may apply for an exemption is to indicate, well, I've been sick. I've not been utilizing my vehicle. I've been home. I've been suffering with a particular illness which does not allow, which did not allow me to be able to drive as normal, and therefore I would like an exemption. This amendment is saying that you must provide a letter from a registered medical practitioner certifying the period and nature of the illness. So these are the 3 areas, and then of course C at the back says, in the case of subsection 8E, evidence that the person is indeed a member of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. So there are 3 amendments being done in this one matter, Mr. Speaker. One is the fact that we have taken a decision and amending the legislation to ensure that police drivers driving vehicles belonging to the Royal St. Lucia Police Force will be exempted from paying their license fees. They have no need to pay a license fee once there is evidence that they're a police driver. The second one are for persons seeking exemptions, nothing to do with the police, for themselves. Persons living overseas and returning to St. Lucia and saying, I've been out of St. Lucia for 10 years, I've been out for St. Lucia for 9 years, and therefore you cannot ask me. On many occasions within the department, Mr. Speaker, persons would come and say, I've been living overseas for so many years. The department would say, no, you have to pay your fees. You've got to pay the fees because a license is a license. In this, Mr. Speaker, the government is demonstrating its compassion and understanding of the plight of the people, what people go through. If I'm not driving on the streets, I have not driven for 9 years, I've been overseas, I need an exemption. We are qualifying it now and saying, yes, you can get that exemption, but you must present us with a passport demonstrating that ever since you left the country, you have not returned except the stamp which shows that you've now entered the country on your own island. The other case, to repeat, it is in cases where persons fall ill, they're probably bedridden, they cannot drive for a period of time, they've now gotten better, and we are saying to certify or to give you that permission of an exemption, you must present a letter from a registered medical practitioner certifying the period and nature of the illness which caused you not to be able to drive on our streets. So, Mr. Speaker, basically, these are simple amendments, but I believe they are relevant and necessary for persons who go through those little challenges on a day-to-day basis, who come to the department and are appealing to the government, appealing to the department, please, I don't believe I should pay. There are a number of nuances again, Mr. Speaker, but as I said in my statement early on, we are now looking at a total review of the Motor and Vehicular License, the Motor and Vehicular Road Traffic Act, whereby we will deal with a number of those nuances, but most specifically, we are looking at some of the regulations and to see what changes, stiffer measures should be taken, particularly in light of the carnage that is taking place on our streets in this country. In this year, Mr. Speaker, 2 fatal road accidents and a number of accidents on a daily basis throughout the country. We were seeing the increases in the numbers from 2024 and 2025, how it has increased exponentially, an increase of 34%, Mr. Speaker, in road accidents. And some of them are foolish road accidents, some of them are reckless road accidents, and some are careless. We need to step on it, Mr. Speaker, and to look at particularly the penalties. We need to look at the penalties to be a lot more, I don't want to say draconian, but of course, penalties that would cause persons to think twice before taking the chances on our streets. Mr. Speaker, I commend this amendment and look to the support of other members.
Honourable members, the question is that the Motor Vehicles and Traffic Amendment Bill be read a second time. Member for Castries East.
Mr. Speaker, just to thank the Minister for the explanation, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, any time it deals with the police, I will speak. Can't help myself, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cause of this amendment came after the recent negotiations with the police, the collective agreement that we signed with the police, Mr. Speaker, where the police, they received unheard of benefits in that collective agreement, Mr. Speaker. And part of these benefits, and the police deserve it, Mr. They deserve it. And once the government can afford, we will give them more benefits. Once you can afford, once there is reasonableness and understanding, we will give them more. Because, Mr. Speaker, we always want to ensure that the law is obeyed. and we do not go outside the law, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the police asked to get a relief on the payment of driver's licenses. Driver licenses are $300 for 3 years, $100 a year, Mr. Speaker. And we agreed the bargaining unit of the police and the government's negotiating team agreed that we would waive payment of driver's licenses by police officers, by approved police officers. So we waived this. Now, we said we would waive it, and when we signed the agreement in June 2025, we signed on the agreement. We signed, Mr. Speaker, but not realizing that we had to come to Parliament to change the law. So we thought we could have just waived it as a gentleman's agreement in the collective bargaining process. But as usual, Mr. Speaker, the agents of doom and gloom, they had their hands up. They bluff y'all, they bluff y'all, they bluff y'all. The agents of doom and gloom, Mr. Speaker, right away, they bluff y'all, they ain't true, they bluff y'all. As usual, Mr. Speaker, but this government does not bluff. And today in the Parliament, with the help of the Minister of Transport, we have waived. So when the Senate passes that bill, once the police drivers follow the procedure, they will not be paying any licensing again, Mr. Speaker. Promise made, promise kept. Next one, Mr. Speaker, and I know they'll come just back. They bluff y'all, they bluff y'all. Payment of firearm licenses, Mr. Speaker. We agreed in the collective bargaining process that firearm licenses, payment of firearm licenses, and that's cabinet conclusion, payment of firearm licenses fees for 3 years. I'm quoting from a cabinet conclusion, because you know there are agents out there of doom and gloom. We say, that is true, they lie. Cabinet conclusion number 1070 of 2025. Payment of firearm license fees for a period of 3 years would render the firearm license valid for a period of 6 years. Let us go through that, Mr. Speaker. When you pay your firearm license, you pay it for 3 years. But when the police pay theirs, they pay it for 6 years. So they're actually paying half of the firearm license, an incentive for the police, again part of the bargaining process. But Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General will have to check whether we can make that amendment by a simple cabinet conclusion or simple SI, or whether we have to come to Parliament to amend the licensing of firearms bill. The Attorney General is checking, but I want to assure the police that there's a cabinet conclusion that makes that process what we promise for us to deliver. So we deliver on the licensing, and we're going to deliver on the firearms license. And I hope we have fulfilled. I hope we fulfill all the promises of the collective bargaining process and the agreement that was signed by the police. So we've put that to rest, Mr. Speaker. The government has delivered on the promises, Mr. Speaker. The government has delivered. So, Mr. Speaker, I support and I commend the minister, and also the other amendment for people who have left the country for several years. When they come to St. Lucia after 10 years or 5 years, and they have to pay the license from the time they were not here to the time that they arrived. And that amendment, again, Mr. Speaker, is is essential, Mr. Speaker, and I support it fully. So the police should be very happy that the government has met its obligation, Mr. Speaker, and for the prophets of doom and gloom, they bluff y'all. They will have seen that this Prime Minister does not bluff. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in the business of condolences, I want to put on record that the father for the member of Labrie passed away, Mr. Speaker, and we want to express the collective condolences of the Parliament on the death of the father of the Minister of External Affairs and member for Labrie. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Transport Minister, considering there was an intervention, you want to respond?
No, Mr. Speaker, I believe the member for Castries East has adequately added more substance to this particular amendment, and therefore I want to thank his contribution.
Honourable members, the question is that the Motor Vehicles and Traffic Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, can you turn off your microphone? No, the Minister's Transport.
An act to amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Cap 8.01, and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 28.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Transport Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the chairman of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Act 2026.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House stand adjourned, sign it,
Honourable members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned sine die. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
All right.
Eh bien, nous avons venu au bout de session qui consiste aujourd'hui. Ça, c'est aujourd'hui, session, ça là, c'est la première session pour l'année 2026. Avec deuxième session depuis après élection, ça c'est en décembre l'année passée qui a commencé en deuxième thème pour le gouvernement là. Avec en session aujourd'hui, ça nous c'était premier bagage nous dirait c'est chef face à l'opposition était présent. Il n'est pas là pour le dernier fois avec il était présent aujourd'hui, mais il pas resté il fait une présentation avec il parti. En discussion aujourd'hui, Claudia Van venir tout. Il a discuté ça, il a créé public procurement, ça c'est bagaille côté gouvernement qui a acheté marchandises, services avec marchandises pour service public. Aussi, ça nous a créé income tax. Ça c'est un bill, un morceau de loi qui le gouvernement fait changement en affaires taxes avec c'est lui qui tient plus en discussion, en chaque discussion avec des côté speaker qui consiste, excusez. C'est qu'à avertir ces gens qui ont parlé pour ne pas aller en autre direction. Quand même, il fait assurer, il tient à degré ça là. Mais comme on dit, income tax amendment ça là, c'était pour régler ça regarde les gens qui pour bailler un petit soulagement. Ça c'est pour particulièrement pour nous payer taxes. Par exemple, moun ka un bénéfice à soutien maille ou caoutchouc bagage différents bagages en valeur $40,000 par année. So c'est pour les ou aller file ça pour payer taxes et aussi pour l'autre plusieurs autres différents bagages mais en tout il pas pour passer $40,000. So c'est ça le gouvernement qui a fait. L'autre bagage là qui était intéressé. Aujourd'hui, nous, même Parlement pour Babono, présenté pour la première fois en Bill Magui, il n'y a pas une discussion, mais il était présenté en nom, il était représenté même Parlement pour ça, c'est pour Soul-Cassi, avec le ministère pour les affaires touristes qui en nom, mais comme il a travaillé, puis c'est lui qui présenté, et c'était pour la première fois, nous, ça fait. L'autre discussion, c'était côté, ça nous a dit qu'il y a une fini italien, ça fait. Il y a créé moto véhicule. C'est un petit changement que le gouvernement fait. Mais ça c'est pour police, c'est pour bail. Comme le Premier ministre a expliqué un agrément qui est signé, ça a créé et puis l'union police, c'est association police welfare, il y a signé un agrément pour police, particulièrement police qui a conduit machine police, pour ne pas payer licence. Avec ça, c'est mais ça, malgré aussi agrément, il n'y a pas ça implémenté puisque tout est passé en cas consiste. Aussi, pour les gens, chaque monde qui a resté l'autre pays, qui n'a pas une licence avec, il y a commandé puisqu'il n'y a pas de pays pour ne pas payer licence. Le gouvernement a mis compassion et qui a rangé ça, c'est particulièrement les gens qui l'autre pays, et pas qu'à servir chinois, pas ni raison pour servir licence, et aussi pour les gens qui sont malades et pas qu'à servir machine. Alors, pour le gouvernement décider pour tirer une chance là pour ne pas payer licence. Claudia?
Well, Michael, on an afternoon which ended early by parliamentary time, standard, you may say, we saw a very vigorously debated session nonetheless, and of course out of it we saw the special statement made by the Honorable Stephenson King, Minister for Transport, in which he addressed the carnage on the roads and he indicated that, of course, there are losses to families, there are losses to the nation as well, and a number of other sectors such as the hospital, the medical, emergency response, insurance, all of those sectors are also impacted by the carnage, increasing carnage on the roads, and this is going to be addressed by the government. The Motor and Vehicular Road Traffic Act will be reviewed with a view to strengthening or toughening penalties where necessary. And so again, the appeal was made. It is an appeal that has gone out from the Prime Minister himself and many other channels of the society, appealing to drivers to cease and desist from dangerous driving and to drive responsibly, safely, and to save lives. Also, of course,
particularly as it has taken 2 lives for the year.
Yes. In the mix, we also had the suspension of 2 bills which had to do with cannabis. This will be piloted at a subsequent sitting of the House. We also saw the good news. Some good news came through for the police officers, as you indicated in Creole, Michael, that police officers who are drivers within the Royal St. Lucia Police Force will receive an exemption of their driver's license, which they previously had to pay out of pocket. Right. Also, persons who have been overseas can receive exemptions on presentation of their passport, and persons who have been ill or convalescing for a long period of time.
Right.
These were some of the highlights of the afternoon.
Right. So, Claudia, it has been nice working with you one more time.
As usual, comme la coutume.
Merci. So, nous venons au bout de session qui consiste aujourd'hui. Merci un peu pour rester pour nous. Avec nous, Mado, s'il vous plaît, pour rester pour station télévision NTN. Nous allons continuer sa capacité à pays Saint-Lucie avec nous, rester pour nous pour plus d'informations à ce développement en pays. Merci. Et bonne en nous, Claudia. Merci un peu.
Merci. On behalf of the GIS NTN team.
Merci un peu.